Good to go.
Thank you. Good morning. This is a convening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. It is Thursday, March 14th, and we're holding this meeting virtually, so I will do our roll call. Good morning, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning, Commissioner Hill.
Good morning, I'm here.
And I love your shirts. Good morning, Commissioner Skinner.
Good morning.
And good morning, Commissioner Maynard.
Good morning.
This is public meeting number 508. And before I call this meeting to order, if everybody will allow me to tend to a little housekeeping and a little bit of some commentary. So, and I do have notes to keep myself organized, everyone. So this morning, the commission posted an agenda for a public meeting set to take place on Monday, March 18th at 10 a.m. The agenda for this meeting includes final interviews for the role of executive director. These candidates were selected by a screening committee chaired by Commissioner O'Brien and included Commissioner Maynard. Commissioner Skinner, Hill, and I learned the names of the finalists earlier this morning. Yesterday, my fellow commissioners learned that I intend to recuse myself from the interviews, discussions, and ultimate vote, given that I will not have the opportunity to work with the prevailing candidate, as my final day at the commission will be on Thursday, March 21st. And I want to thank all those who submitted applications for the role of executive director and wish the person selected the best of luck. They will inherit a committed and talented team as they begin their new position. I plan to call the meeting to order on Monday through my role as chair and then reiterate this decision. So now you can indulge me just a bit. I'm going to take a few minutes here. As I noted, my last day as chair will be next Thursday, and today's meeting is anticipated to be my last full public meeting before my departure. First, I want to thank our fellow regulators, industry experts and stakeholders, the Department of Public Health and the Attorney General's Office, and our licensees for your support and generosity over the course of my tenure. You have shared guidance and generosity. You have shared guidance and expertise to help me, my fellow commissioners, and our MGC team understand best regulatory practices, informing our work and decisions. We have been influenced by those who led before us, from New Jersey and Pennsylvania to Louisiana and Colorado to Nevada, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, and Ohio. I feel very fortunate to have been able to turn so readily to you as leaders in the ever-evolving gaming landscape. I'm especially grateful to those of you who have participated in our public roundtables and our public meetings. You continue to participate even today. The insights you offered have advanced our work significantly. I am incredibly proud of that body of work and the talented team here at the MGC responsible for it. For me, that work launched with a complex adjudicatory hearing that ultimately led to the opening of Encore Boston Harbor. Nothing pleased me more than reciting in June of 2019 the number of jobs created as a result and declaring to those in attendance at that opening that more tradeswomen had worked on that site than on any other private construction site in the nation. That energy, and you'll remember it, Commissioner O'Brien, fueled the commitment of my fellow commissioners and our amazing team to turn to the future of gaming and our responsibility as the regulator, inspired by thoughtful, enabling legislation that offered critical funding for community mitigation and research in responsible gaming. However, no more than 7 months later, we were learning from around the world that a pandemic of significant consequence was on its way. We began to plan, we began to train. Within 2 months, with the full cooperation of the leadership teams of the 3 casinos and in coordination with the Governor's Office and the Department of Public Health, we held our first virtual public meeting and voted to close the facility's doors. During that time, our licensees demonstrated their commitment to the welfare of their employees and to working with the MGC to plan a safe return. We convened the first of our roundtables, led by our licensees who collaborated to produce guidelines that would ultimately meet the requirements of our own IEB and state and local public health officials, permitting the casino doors to reopen under the great leadership of Director Band. And of course, more recently, this commission, over the course of no less than, I think, 100+ public meetings, and united by our shared values, we successfully stood up, as required by law, the sports wagering industry. Our commitment to consumer protections, responsible gaming, and the health and safety of all of our patrons has led us to promulgate among the most rigorous regulations across the nation, safeguarding our most vulnerable populations, particularly those under 21 or on exclusion lists. I will leave my position next week, certain that this Massachusetts Gaming Commission is poised to continue its commitment to transparent and inclusionary decision-making, grounded in integrity and fidelity to the law. This commission once wrote or said, and it stays true today, that we in the Commonwealth will always err on behalf of the most vulnerable, and we will expect MGC licensed corporate citizens to lead in that effort. The law of Massachusetts affords the Commission significant breadth in the exercise of its discretion, but notably, I'll stress, with that comes an equally significant duty of fairness. I will have the chance to thank our wildly impressive team over and over between now and next Thursday, and yet my words will still prove inadequate. I am so grateful to each and every one of you for your professionalism, expertise, and kindness over my time as chair. As I said earlier to you in a written statement, when I announced my departure, public service is difficult, but essential. And the work of the Gaming Commission is complex and not without public scrutiny. For over 5 years, I've had the honor to work with all of you and many other talented and committed individuals who have since moved on to different, new, and exciting opportunities. For me, public service has offered the rewarding opportunity to influence policy where key public and private interests intersect. My appointment to serve the MGC has been such a privilege as we championed transformational policies on behalf of all Massachusetts residents, advancing a safe and sustainable gaming landscape. Our efforts have played out in full public view, and while nerve-wracking at times and simply uncomfortable otherwise, that process proves time and time again that collaboration and transparency produce the best results. I will be forever in your debt. And with that, I call this meeting to order. Commissioner Rayner, do you have some minutes for us?
Madam Chair, if I could, before you move on, I know you don't want us probably to do this, but I do want to take this opportunity after your remarks to thank you for your service. I was here when you were appointed 5 years ago. You were dropped into a situation that was on a precipice of going into those hearings, and the scrutiny was intense. The grace with which you were poised in the adjudicatory hearings and everything that has followed. I just want to thank you for your public service. And I want to say to you and to everyone as well, I have been struck by your intellect, your work ethic, your stamina, be that, not needing food as much as I do, or just being able to, dive into a project. It's second to none. And your adherence to the statutory missions of this commission have been amazing. And I just want to say that I wish you well in retirement. I think that your love of family has been also very obvious. I think they will now benefit from all of that intellect and intensity and stamina. I hope you enjoy your retirement. It is well deserved.
Thanks, Commissioner O'Brien. And you look great with your Game Sense shirt. Thank you so much.
Madam
So-
Chair,
Commissioner Skinner.
if I could add, we conducted an ice-breaking exercise yesterday during our implicit bias training. And it was about how well you know someone. And if you know Madam Chair, you know that she would not want us to do this, as Commissioner O'Brien alluded to. I hope you all can hear me.
We can. Thank you.
Okay, good. So, so I'll keep it very short and sweet. I want to add my thanks and gratitude to you for your leadership here at the commission and your years-long commitment to public service. And I also want to congratulate you on your retirement and to simply say, as I've said to you before, well done.
Thanks, Commissioner Skinner. I appreciate it very much. Commissioner Maynard, do you have minutes for us? And Commissioner Maynard, you're going back and forth because of your phone, so we'll just exercise patience. Thank you.
Yeah, you're not going to get by that easy. And I was looking at Commissioner Hill. And I'm going to speak really, I want everyone to know that Kathy Judstein, she's an inspiration to everyone that knows her. She was a trailblazer, and a lot of people know that, right? The first to do many things. I think that that's all apparent. But she's also a fantastic friend. When it's clear that my closest family members were going through some really, really difficult health challenges, she personally counseled me on how to help them and also cope myself. She's always quick with a quip and has a listening ear. She's left an impact not only on the MGC, but to me and in my life. And I appreciate her, not just as chair, not just as a commissioner, but as a fantastic human being who's given a lot to the Commonwealth. So I just thank you, Kathy, for everything you've done.
Well, Jordan, we're going to turn to the minutes before we get too choked up, but I appreciate that very much. And I called you Jordan, Commissioner Maynard. My apologies. Thank you.
I called you Kathy. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right.
Commissioner Hill does have his mic off.
Madam Chair, I am not going to share anything at this time. I have a commissioner's report, and at that time, I'm going to make some remarks. So I'm going to save you my remarks for now, but they're going to be forthcoming at the end of our meeting. So
we can't do a quick exit out? Is that what you're saying? Okay.
that is correct.
Commissioner Hill, thank you so much. And you look awesome. For those of you who are from the public, you probably recognize that Commissioners O'Brien and Commissioner Hill are wearing our Game Sense shirts, and they look like official shirts because they were rolled out with sports wagering. Really, what is today, guys? About a year and 4 days ago, right? So there we are. And you look great. Thank you. So now, Commissioner Maynard, are you prepared to go forward with the minutes? And if everybody had a chance to.
I am.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you. I'm touched, and I don't want you to think that I'm not appreciative of your comments. I just get a little bit choked up. So thank you.
Well, Madam Chair, with that, I move that the Commission approve the minutes from the June 1st, June 15th, and June 21st public meetings as found in the Commissioner's packet, subject to any necessary corrections for typographical errors or other non-material matters.
Second.
Commissioner, Rainey, did you, was it all three? Did I, because I was just finding my packet, I'm sorry. Or did you just do one at a time?
He did all three.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Any questions other than mine?
It's not a question. It's a request for clarification in the minutes, the June 15th set.
Do you know which page by chance?
Yes, Madam Chair. I know which page of the minutes, not the packet page,
Okay.
unfortunately.
So
But it's page 17.
the June 15th one?
Yes.
Sorry. And page,
The very last page, and it's
17.
the last substantive paragraph on that page. I do remember inadvertently referencing the operators that are the subject of the diversity audit as category 1 licensees. But I also remember, Madam Chair, you making the correction on my behalf.
sorry.
No, it's okay. But so I hope if you also remember doing that, I'd like the record to reflect that.
So can you just, can you actually start by reading the,
Line.
The paragraph I'm speaking about, Commissioner Skinner stated that the procurement team identified and selected an independent contractor in connection with the diversity, equity, and inclusion audit of all category 1 licensees. I just asked that the correction be indicated and read casino licensees, if that's permissible. And again, Madam Chair, if you recall,
I made,
making that correction.
the category 1, that was yeah, I got it. I think that's right. And I might have helped you on that, right? Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Skinner. And I'm looking at Judy, who I see has already taken the note. Thank you, Judy, for all that you do.
Problem.
Excuse me, guys, I got a little bit of backlight on my screen here, so I'm having a little trouble seeing. All right. So with that edit, are we all set? Any other questions? Okay. Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard,
Aye.
and I vote yes, 5-0. There we go. Now we're going to move right on to our administrative update. Good morning, Interim Executive Director Grossman.
Good morning, Madam
General
Chair.
Counsel.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair. Welcome to everyone who's joining us and to our team. We do have one item under the administrative update, and for that, I'm going to welcome in Assistant Attorney General Jared Reinheimer, who is on the call here. And we will be offering an update relative to the impermissible offering of certain games by daily fantasy sports operators. You recall recently the Commission discussed this matter, and cease and desist letters were sent out by the Attorney General's office. And I see Jared is with us, and here he comes. Good morning to you, Jared.
Good morning.
The floor is yours, if you will.
Great, thanks. So you'll recall that we had previously discussed sending out cease and desist letters for various fantasy sports operators who appeared to be offering essentially what are parlays on the platform. They were games that were against the house, and they were fairly close to what would appear as a parlay on a sports betting platform. So we sent out 10 letters. We have received confirmation from all but one operator that the operators are either never offered this particular game or are no longer doing so as of March 8th, which is the date in the letter that we told them to respond by. So that's the update. I'm happy if there's any questions to take them.
Commissioners, questions, and thank you for this report. Nice to see you, Jared.
Yeah, good to see you as well, Chair.
Thanks. Any questions on this update? Guess I'll ask the one, what about the one that didn't respond?
So one of them, it did respond. The company requested additional time to modify its platform, and we said that the events still cannot be offered after March 8th, that it would be, first of all, unfair to the other operators who have stopped this practice, and also we can't abide by an unlawful practice continuing in the state. So they have not confirmed that they're no longer offering these games, but our position has been made clear to them, and we'll be following up with them as time goes on.
Commissioners, I'm sure my fellow commissioners join me in this sentiment, but I feel that step that the Attorney General's office did, and we appreciate the fact that it was collaborative and effort, and I know our team has been helpful to you, but I'm very appreciative of the Attorney General's actions here because I think it's a really critically important first step to addressing illegal sports betting. And as I've said repeatedly, and all of us have said it one way or another, we do make our licensed operators here in Massachusetts jump through hoops. And so this is the first step to leveling that playing field, Jared. And we thank you for, again, the ISA that was executed, and look forward to continued collaboration on this effort. Thank you. And please relay that to the Attorney General herself.
I will do so. And of course, we also appreciate the Gaming Commission's collaboration on all these efforts. And we will certainly miss you, Chair. So
Thanks.
For what may be the last time, but thank you.
Oh, well, thank you. And no, it's been great. Had the opportunity throughout my public service to work with a lot of wonderful folks at the Attorney General's office, and this experience was just a continuation of that same sentiment, and I'm very, very pleased for Attorney General Campbell and her team, including Pat. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Todd, how do you want to add anything? I know that you're working closely with Jared and team.
Yes, no, thank you very much, Jared. Much appreciated. That's all for that topic, and I think that concludes the administrative update.
Okay, excellent, thanks. Then we're turning to our legislative update. Commissioner Hill.
Yes, I'm happy to report to the commission that we do have a legislative breakfast set. So in your calendars, and I'm sure through Grace and Trudy, they'll send something out to you. April 2nd, which is a Tuesday, from 10 o'clock till 11:30, we have partnered with Representative or Chairman Paracella and Chairman Feingold of the Economic Development Committee. And we're going to hold this breakfast in the Members Lounge, which is on the 3rd floor of the State House, right down the hall from the House chamber. We have decided that we would ask the head of finance, the community mitigation, and responsible gaming to come and speak to the legislators. And that if there are any questions after that, for somebody who may not be speaking, that we would get them, their questions answered in a timely fashion. So April 2nd, 10 to 11:30, co-hosting with Chairman Paracella and Chairman Feingold in the Members Lounge, and looking forward to it. It should be, a good day of information. And I did forget, and I'm so sorry, Dr. Lightbaum, we're going to be asking you to speak on behalf of horse racing as well. So 4 subject matters for that day. So looking forward to it and hoping you can all attend.
Commissioner Hill,
Madam Chair, a clarification question, sorry.
Yes.
Commissioner Hill, I got finance, CMF, horse racing, and what was the 4th, please?
Responsible gaming.
Thank you.
and you've got Grace Robinson assisting.
Yep.
And Tom Mills, good.
Yep. and Todd.
and Todd. So all four of you will be part of the whole effort, and it's great opportunity for the Gaming Commission to show off its good work and
Yes.
and inform. You know, I think sometimes you've recognized that that's a really important opportunity in cultivation. So great, excellent. Thank you, Grace, for that. All right.
The Chairman O'Brien, sorry, it's in my mind. Did
I had a
Commissioner O'Brien
procedural.
have a quick question?
I did, and I, you know, if still TBD, you can let me know. But is this a public meeting because the four of us will be there, possibly five, or is it?
It would not be a
More-
public meeting because all we're going to do is be introduced. We will not be debating anything, and quite frankly, I don't think any of us will be speaking at it, except for after the fact, you know, meeting with the
In
legislators.
response.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
No deliberations, right? Todd?
Correct.
And Todd's nodding his head. No deliberation. So that's excellent. Good.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. So Dr. Lightbound, you just got an assignment and now we'll talk to you. So there you go. Good morning, Alex. How are you?
Good morning. Thank you. Very well. Thank you. I would like to take a quick moment to just thank you for your leadership through the many complex racing issues that we've dealt with over the years, and particularly during COVID, which was, you know, unprecedented. And through your leadership, we were able to get racing up and going very quickly in a safe manner. And I'm sure I'll be talking to you privately.
Yeah, absolutely. But on Dr. Lightbound, on COVID, Commissioner O'Brien, you and I remember the horse community wanted to get back to work. They wanted to be racing, and we were able to get racing back on the street because of your leadership. We knew you were the best in the business and that you would work closely with the horse people in the community. I know you had to tell a lot of them, push your mask up, but ultimately racing went off safely. And it was after a very difficult time for that community. So it's back at you, Dr. Lightbound. It really was a great effort. And I also know we had the leadership of even the Health and Human Services Secretary at the time. I think I told you it was Secretary Sutters who redlined your guidelines personally. It took a lot, really the village, right? So
Yes.
Your leadership is all about you. So, okay, now let's hear what you've got. You've got a couple of items for us today.
Yes, the first item is a request from Raynham Park to add a simulcast import location, Sky Racing World, so they can show the Dubai World Cup, which is coming up on March 30th. And this is a site that's been on both Plainridge and Suffolk's list for years, so this isn't a new site to us. So my recommendation is to approve it. And Sue Rodriguez, Vice President of Operations for Raynham Park, is on the meeting today if you have any questions for her or for myself.
Commissioner O'Brien.
Oh, I was
Oh, okay.
ready to make a
Sorry.
motion unless someone has questions.
Okay. First off, I want to say good morning to you, Sue. Thank you for joining us. Any questions for either Dr. Lightbound or Ms. Rodriguez? Okay, go right ahead, Commissioner O'Brien.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission grant the Raynham Park request for approval of simulcast import location Sky Racing World for the remainder of the calendar year 2024, as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Do I have thanks, Commissioner Maynard. All right. With that, any questions? Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes. So 5-0. Next on your list.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Oh, yes. Hi.
Hi, I just want to say good morning. And on behalf of Mr. Carney and all of us at Raynham Park, we wish you a wonderful retirement.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. And have a great day. It's a lovely one. So thank you. All right. moving on to oh, okay, it's B, sorry. Now you're unpaid winnings. I was thinking you had three items, main items today, A, B, and C, but I'm wrong. Okay, Dr. Lightfoot?
So our next items are the recovery of the unclaimed winnings. This is part of the statute, Mass General Law 128A, Section 5. Chad Bork, our financial analyst, has reviewed the unclaimed tickets with the each track, and for Plain Ridge has determined that $116,328.16 is to be turned in by Plain Ridge to the Gaming Commission for the 2022 out. And this does require a vote by the commission.
Dr. Lightfoot, does that come to the Gaming Commission or to the Commonwealth? The memo said, maybe Derek can remind us. Do you know, Alex?
Yeah, it comes to the Gaming Commission, and then by statute, we send it back out once the checks have cleared. And for the horse tracks, it goes back to the tracks to put in the purse accounts, and then for the dog tracks, it goes to the Racing Stabilization Fund.
Thank you. Helpful reminder. Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions other than the one I asked, Dr. Lightfoot?
I
Right.
do, Madam Chair.
Go right ahead, Commissioner.
Just wondering why we're talking about 2022. Are we really a year behind? And I don't mean to frame it that way, so let me reframe that. I guess a better question to start is what is entailed in the review process, and why are we reviewing 2022 at this point rather than 2023 or 2022 and 2023?
Yep, so it's all by statute, and patrons have a year from the year that they made the bet to cash it in. So the 20 people who placed a bet in 22 had all of 23 to cash those tickets in. And so anybody who had a 22 ticket that they did not cash in by the end of 23, those are the ones that we're talking about now. And that's why it looks like we're behind, but actually we're not, because they're given a year to cash those tickets in. And then Chad sits down with the tracks and reviews what they have for unclaimed tickets. It would be a possibility that maybe some patrons had lost a ticket or had a damaged ticket that they were trying to claim. And if that's the case, Chad reviews that with the parimutuel people from the tracks, and they determine if it's legitimate or not. With today's technology and all, and a lot of it being done through account wagering, we don't have any of those this year, and we haven't had any for a couple of years, I think.
Thank you, Dr. Lightfoot. That makes perfect sense as you explained it.
Okay.
Very good question. Okay. So we need a motion on, I think we do each individual one. So for Plain Ridge base course. If you're prepared.
I'm happy to move, Madam Chair. We could move all together as a two-part, but I leave that to your discretion. Do you want them broken down, or?
I think we should do each one because of the difference in amounts. I think, I mean, I guess.
I could just read them seriatim.
I see how they drafted it.
Yeah, I could read it seriatim if you want me to.
Commissioner O'Brien, you just used some Latin on me. I think I'm keeping up with you.
That's the only time you're going to hear that today.
Oh, we'll wait till the end of the meeting. I'll decide that. All right, commissioners, that doesn't matter to me. Whatever you want to do. You want to hold?
Do it all together would be
Okay.
fine.
All right.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move that the commission approve the following payments to the Commonwealth of
Oh,
Massachusetts.
no.
Nope.
I think he's saying do them all together, then we need to hold, because I think that Alex needs to go through all the reports. Okay.
Got it.
Okay, So we'll hold on the motion if we're going to do them all together.
Got it.
If there's any question about amounts, we'll just have to revisit. Okay, thanks. I could say that in French, but not Latin. I was pretty good in Latin too. There we go. Moving on, Alex, to the next one.
Okay, for Suffolk Downs, the amount is $114,479.36. For Wonderland, the amount is $655.85. And for Raynham, the amount is $127,549.82.
Right, and there's a separate memo in our packet for each one.
Yes.
Okay, and any questions on any of the individual recommendations? Okay, then go right ahead, Commissioner O'Brien. Thank you, and thank you to Chad too. Alex, thanks so much.
Certainly. Madam Chair, I move that the commission approve the following payments to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for the 2022 unclaimed winnings as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today. $116,328.16 from Plain Ridge Racecourse, $114,479.36 from Sterling Suffolk Racecourse, $655.85 from Wonderland Greyhound Park, and $127,549.82 from the Raynham Taunton Massasoit Greyhound Associations. And further, that the commission authorize the finance division to distribute the funds from unclaimed tickets from Plain Ridge Racecourse in that amount of $116,328.16 into the Plain Ridge Racecourse purse account from the Sterling Suffolk Racecourse in the amount of $114,479.36 to the Sterling Suffolk Racecourse purse account, and from the Raynham Taunton Massasoit Greyhound Association in the amount of $127,549.82 to the Racing Stabilization Fund, and from the Wonderland Greyhound Park, the amount of $655.86 also into the Racing Stabilization Fund.
Second.
Second.
Oh,
I got
sorry.
Commissioner Hill. Next time, Commissioner Skinner.
My apologies.
No problem. And just with respect to the latter part, that is on the agenda as well, that Dr. Lightbound did need authorization for Derek Lennon, our CFAO, to be able to move these funds. So thank you for that. Any questions? Okay, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes, so 5-0. Thanks, Dr. Lightbound.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay. Now we're moving to sports wagering. And Director Ban, good morning.
Good morning, Chair. We're going to proceed with some amendments to the House rules, which will be handled by Andrew Steffen. Andrew?
Thanks, Bruce. Yep, thanks, Bruce. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. 3 items for your review today, and we'll start on page 47 of your packet with a House Rules update from Fanatics Betting and Gaming. Fanatics is requesting minor changes to their existing House rules. Most of the changes today, as we've seen from other operators recently, are revisions for clarification, and in some areas, specifically just for resettlement clarification on certain markets. In addition to the settlement clarifications, Fanatics has added new markets or prop bets for their existing sports. For example, you'll see this right from the start of the red line exhibit on page 53 of your packet for the football market rules for first team to score, last team to score, and the first team to score wins game, where if neither team has scored at the completion of the game and the game results in a tie, the market result is a void. As I mentioned, within the football rules, Fanatics is adding several new market types to their in-game wagering prop bet selections, such as result of next play, result of current drive, will the team make a new first down on the current drive, and so on. And those are listed there in the red line portion of the document. These new football markets are similar to what other operators offer as well, and nothing here stands out as unordinary. Moving down to page 58 of your packet, for their basketball section, Fanatics has deleted a few provisions on certain market rules, again, for just clarification purposes for the customer. They've reordered their lightning bet markets, Nothing new added here, just moving the section around. And they have deleted their entire FIBA rules section, as all FIBA market rules will now settle in line with their general basketball rules. I should note that you may notice in the summary of changes provided by Fanatics back up on pages 49 and 50 of your packet, two sections are marked as deletion of market type. This includes player next team for both their football and basketball markets. These sections were added in the initial request submitted to our division on February 26th. However, as you may recall, these markets were not approved by the commission during our February 1st meeting. During our review of these submitted changes, our division requested these markets be removed from the House rules revisions and then be resubmitted accordingly, which Fanatics promptly provided. This language, which was added and then removed, is not included in your red line today, as it was never included in any approved version of the House rules. And at no point did Fanatics offer wagers on these markets. I just want to make that point clear. The last section I'll really touch on here is baseball, starting on page 60 of the packet. And commissioners, this is something we'll see next with FanDuel as well, and something I expect to see in the near future as the baseball season approaches. But Fanatics has added settlement clarification language to a few of their few of their rules and market types. But most importantly, as the season does approach opening day, Fanatics has added several new market types, offering more wagering options for the customers for this upcoming season. The new markets include wagering on the correct score, will extra innings be played, and the number of pitches thrown during the next at-bat, among others. Lastly, for baseball, they've added additional language for rules to detail how they will settle markets for a player injured in game. These new baseball market offerings align with our other operators as well. I'll touch briefly on the remaining sports. For ice hockey, they've added a new market type called Grand Salami, where you can wager on an occurrence, usually total goals during a time frame, usually one day. For example, if there were 5 games listed for a day, an option could be to select 30 total goals to be scored combined between all 10 games for that, or those 5 games for that single day. It's typically seen in baseball markets, but it is now also popping up in hockey as well. For golf, they revised rules for clarification should the new scheduled or for the scheduled number of rounds be reduced for any reason. And typically we've seen this for weather, and we've seen that recently. For soccer, they've added rules to address additional market types for their prop bet selections, such as player assists, player shots, or player shots on target. And then for their boxing, MMA, darts, and volleyball markets, all changes are revisions for settlement clarification only. Lastly, Fanatics also now wishes to offer wagering on badminton, and you can see those house rules at the bottom of this exhibit on page 71 of your packet. These badminton house rules are in line with what other operators already have approved in their house rules as well. We have confirmed these house rules have been approved in other jurisdictions in which Fanatics operates, such as Colorado, Ohio, and Vermont, among others. And to note, we do have a representative from Fanatics. There was a slight adjustment from the agenda, but today we do have Fanatics Senior Regulatory Counsel, Michael Levine, on the meeting today to help answer any additional questions as well. With that, the Sports Wagering Division confirms after an extensive review that all requirements have been met pursuant to 205 CMR 24702 and has no reservations on approving these house rule changes today. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Andrew, Manager Stefan. Excellent report, comprehensive. Any questions, concerns? And good morning again, Mr. Levine. I'm glad to see you again.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Any questions for either Michael or Andrew? Any concerns?
It's not a concern, it's just a question, maybe for Mr. Levine or Andrew. In terms of the soccer shots on net, I know, in baseball, there's more formal definitions of, error, run, hit, etc. Do the soccer leagues do that, or is this your definition of, goal on target, shot on target?
I believe shots on goal is tracked by is it either FIFA or the governing body, and that is similar to hockey as well. I think hockey also allows shots on target or shots on goal. Very similar language for each sport.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was just going to mention the page if anybody was interested, but then I rolled it. So that was on page
68.
Great. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? All right. I have a motion. Getting off easy today, Michael. Do I have a motion, commissioners? Maybe not.
Madam Chair, I move the commission approve the updates to Fanatics House rules as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second,
Thanks, Commissioner. Any questions or edits? Okay, Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Well done, Andrew. Thank you again, and thank you, Michael. We appreciate your showing up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just quickly, on behalf of Fanatics Betting and Gaming, we want to congratulate you on your many achievements and wish you nothing but the best in retirement.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm going to just acknowledge that it's public retirement. I don't know what I'm going to do next, but I am still filling out those papers. I must say, for those of you who ever decide to retire from public service, start a year ahead. And I'm looking at you, Director Ban. Thank you. I appreciate it. So does my family. I appreciate your kindness very much, Michael. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, next up, beginning on page 72 of your packet is a FanDuel house rules update. And I did mention earlier that FanDuel submitted several new additions to their baseball markets, all of which they did not offer last season. In addition to the baseball revisions, FanDuel is also updating other sports for clarification and to reduce ambiguity, as well as offering one of the newly approved sports. We'll start with baseball on page 74 of your packet. And as you can see from the red line, all this language for baseball is the additional prop bet markets they would now like to offer. As you'll notice, most of this language here is very specific to baseball, such as quality start, no hitter, and perfect game, all related to a pitcher's performance. Other pitcher performance wagers could be 9 up, 9 down, or number of total pitches thrown. Additional baseball markets include a player's performance, such as player to record the first hit, RBI, run, or stolen base. They've also added new futures markets, such as regular season stat leaders for home runs, stolen bases, wins, hits, etc., or team to earn a first round bye. Moving on to the other sports, a very slight adjustment for basketball, specifically for futures on the NCAA tournament. FanDuel has expanded their rules to include the final 68 teams instead of 64, as 68 teams now make the official tournament, and they're including that the first 4 is included. They've also added some settlement clarification rules for their golf section for closest distance to the pin and longest drive markets. And I did mention the new sport offering. They've added language to include highlight as a sport they would now like to offer. These house rules are in line with the other operators' house rules for highlight as well, that we've approved recently. And lastly, they've restructured their motorsports section, moving IndyCar settlement markets with their NASCAR markets, and then keeping Formula One racing markets separate on its own. With regards to other jurisdictions, and FanDuel may be able to speak on this further, through our review, we were unable to determine if other jurisdictions have approved these house rules recently. From what we found, that all other jurisdictions have a most recent approval date of early December 2023, similar to our most recent current approval date in Massachusetts. But these house rules were just submitted to our division on February 22nd. So perhaps they have to go through a similar process as far as approvals go in Massachusetts. But we do have a representative from FanDuel on the meeting today, Trading Compliance Manager Chris Black, to help answer any of those additional questions and more. With that, the Sports Wagering Division, after an extensive review, confirms all requirements have been met pursuant to 247.02 and has no reservations on approving these house rule changes today. Madam Chair.
I have a question. Commissioners, I don't know if you do. Highlight. We approved, but it was a limited approval, right? It was, what's it called, Commissioner Hill, out of Florida, the Florida-based jurisdiction. Gosh, I remember. I meant to Google it last night. I didn't.
Andrew, if I'm not mistaken, they now have a league that oversees it, which we were concerned about the first time around when we said no.
Correct.
Well, maybe I should go to Bruce because I'm not sure Andrew was in his position at the time. Is that what you're asking?
Commissioner Hill, I think it's not global. I think it was limited to just that version of the Florida highlight that we approved.
Yeah,
That's correct.
It's now covered by U.S. Integrity, and they started a whole new league altogether. So it's not like part of the original highlight that we discussed the first round.
Right, but the
And-
second one, do we remember precisely the name of it? That's what I'm saying. It was.
Yeah.
in-
Do you remember what the name was?
The league
exactly?
the league itself was World Highlight League.
Yeah.
That's what we
World.
approved back in, yep, that's what we approved back in September last year.
Okay, that's sort of my point. I wonder if, I don't know how the others are doing it, but do we need, this is a question, not, I don't have an opinion. Do we need to clarify that it's that highlight in the house rules?
In other house rules, leagues aren't necessarily defined. Like in certain golf markets, it's not defined as a
Such a big golf.
PGA league or NBA league. Sometimes the house rules are just combined for general basketball rules or general highlight
But
rules.
that will be very clear that it's that world highlight.
In our event catalog, the only league approved in our catalog is the World Highlight
The
League.
highlight league.
Oh, okay.
That's
Yeah.
perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
I watched a lot of video of that.
It's a fast game.
It's a fast game. Commissioner Hill, if you're ever in Florida and I can meet up with you, it would be fun to watch. Yeah, fast game. Okay,
It's
so.
quite the sport.
All right, thanks. Anybody else have a question?
No, I actually had grabbed Bruce this morning, Madam Chair, and asked that same follow-up, trying to jog my memory.
Yeah, and I remember it was first under sort of Florida's jurisdiction, and then as Bruce said, US Monitor is doing the monitoring. But it was just have a little,
Yeah.
we carried our approval to that. Okay, thanks.
And the only thing I will add, just for the record, is I know that when we did approve it, we had asked for the opportunity for any of the players to give input. There was no player representation. And so we wanted them to know if they wanted to give comment that they could. And I confirmed with Bruce this morning that we did not get any comments from any players.
We invite that for all sports.
Yeah, and the application basically says, is there a player association that represents? If so, have you contacted them, et cetera? There is no association at this point. And so that's why we kind of put the general reminder that they could themselves individually contact us, and Bruce confirmed that no one did.
Got it. Okay. Hi, Chris. Thank you for joining us today. Sounds like my fellow commissioners might be all set. Any questions for either Mr. Black or Manager Stefan? Okay. Do I have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move that the commission approve the updates to FanDuel's house rules as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Second.
Okay. I don't know who got that one.
Commissioner O'Brien,
I
believe,
think he
got it.
moved first, but I think lag time bumped me in front of him.
All right. We'll clarify that it's Commissioner O'Brien seconded. And again, to Autumn and her patience, we thank her. No further questions. Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard,
Aye.
and I vote yes. 5-0. Well done, Andrew. Thank you.
Well,
And thank
yep.
you.
One last item from me today is a new event petition for a new league, speaking of new leagues, and beginning on page 79 of your packet. And commissioners, I'll start by stating that I misspoke during the agenda setting last week. I mentioned this was a joint submission by both FanDuel and DraftKings, when actually they each submitted separate petitions to our division. FanDuel first submitted theirs on February 21st. Afterwards, DraftKings had then reached out and submitted their petition on February 27th. So while both operators want this league added to the new catalog to allow wagering on spring football, they are separate petitions. With that said, though, both petitions are similar, and both operators submitted the same supporting documentation, such as the integrity policy and the rule book. With that out of the way, we can get into the details of the petition and the league itself. As it stated in your memo in the packet, on December 31st, 2023, it was announced that the United States Football League, the USFL, and the XFL would be merging to form the United Football League, the UFL. And it should be noted that both the USFL and the XFL were approved leagues at the initial launch of sports wagering in Massachusetts last year. The newly merged league consists of 8 total teams, 3 from the old USFL, Birmingham, Memphis, and Michigan played in Detroit, and 4 teams from the old XFL. Arlington, Washington, D.C., San Antonio, and St. Louis. Houston had a team in both leagues, so they merged to create one team, so 8 total. This upcoming season will be the UFL's inaugural season, kicking off with all 8 teams playing on the weekend of March 30th and 31st. The 10-week regular season will consist of 40 total games, culminating in a 3-game postseason playoff to be played from June 8 to June 16, with a championship site yet to be determined. The league itself is financially backed by Fox Sports CEO Eric Shanks, representing 50% of the UFL, while the other half is comprised of members from the most recent XFL ownership group, which includes Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and Danny Garcia. There is also significant sports leadership in the front office. The memo in your packet highlights UFL President and CEO Russ Brandon, previously of the Buffalo Bills front office, as well as VP of Football Operations Daryl Johnston, a multiple Super Bowl winner and Pro Bowler in the 90s with the Dallas Cowboys. In addition to the front office leadership, several of the UFL teams are led by previous NFL and college coaches with decades of coaching experience, such as Skip Holtz, Bob Stoops, and Wade Phillips. The official rule book is posted on the UFL website, and while the league looks like the football we're used to watching on Sundays in the fall, there are several innovative rules brought over from the USFL and the XFL. A few of those rules include overtime, which will consist of alternating attempts to score from the opponent's 5-yard line, or a 3-point attempt from the 10-yard line after scoring a touchdown. The full rule book provided by both operators is linked in your packet, as well as posted on the UFL's website. Speaking of rules, both FanDuel and DraftKings have confirmed that this league will fall under their already approved house rules for their respective football sections in their general football, so no house rule updates are needed with this league today. With regards to other jurisdictions, when the petition was initially submitted by FanDuel on February 21st, FanDuel confirmed wagering on the UFL was approved in the 7 jurisdictions of Kansas, Connecticut, Wyoming, Washington, D.C., Arizona, and Maryland, with pending approval in several other states. And on March 5th, FanDuel followed up and confirmed an additional 13 jurisdictions had approved wagering for the UFL, including New Jersey, West Virginia, Louisiana, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, Tennessee, Virginia, Vermont, Iowa, Colorado, Pennsylvania, and Washington. Also on March 5th, DraftKings reached out and confirmed they are offering wagering on the UFL in 22 of their jurisdictions, including Arizona, Colorado, Connecticut, Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, Louisiana, Michigan, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Virginia, West Virginia, Wyoming, Washington, Kansas, Maryland, Maine, and Vermont, as well as Ontario, Canada. As for integrity measures, both operators in their petition state in their petition that integrity controls are in line with current football approvals. FanDuel has also confirmed U.S. Integrity will be conducting integrity monitoring on all UFL games, in addition to their advisory role on league policy and procedures. And the UFL integrity policy is attached to the packet as well, and I think linked to the memo. This integrity policy outlines the standards of conduct expected from all individuals associated with the league to ensure integrity of its games, specifically the prohibition of placing wagers on UFL games and disciplinary actions. Lastly, on February 23rd, FanDuel confirmed they contacted the United Football League Players Association, the UFPLA, Local 9004, the day prior on February 22nd, to inform the Players Association of their efforts to petition regulators to approve the UFL for sports wagering. In addition to Chris Black of FanDuel still on the meeting, I believe we may also be joined by DraftKings Senior Director of Regulatory Operations, Jake List, to help answer any questions from their side as well. So through our review, the Sports Wagering Division confirms all requirements have been met pursuant to 205 CMR 24703 and has no reservations on approving this new league be added to our event catalog. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. Questions?
I have a question, Madam Chair,
Thank you, Commissioner Scott.
for Andrew. Good morning. Relative to the official rules, I understand that there are some areas where the rules here differ from or were modified from rules applicable to other leagues. I won't ask you to list any of those because I'm not an expert on the rules of football. But are those modifications in line with the integrity standards that are applicable in other leagues, both in the NFL or, excuse me, both in football and other sports?
And that's what FanDuel and DraftKings both confirmed in their petitions. And the rules were combined from the USFL and the XFL. There are no new rules that are in place for this UFL. that I'm aware of. They're just all combined, merged together to form this new league.
I see. So the modifications that you're referring to were already in existence when the two leagues were separate.
Correct. And then, as I stated, both those leagues were approved in Massachusetts, and they just brought those merged rules together with this new league.
Okay. Were there any jurisdictions, Andrew, that denied either of the sports wagering operators this new league?
Yeah, unsure about denial, but there may still be a few jurisdictions that are pending approval. Unaware of any denial. I don't know if Chris, you have that answer available.
Yeah, thank you very much. I can speak to that. None of the jurisdictions that we've reached out to for approval have denied the UFL for approval.
Okay.
Did you want to ask how many are pending, or are you all set?
No, I'm all set, but I'm
Okay.
if there's anyone on from DraftKings, could we direct that same question?
I believe Jake's on. Yeah.
Good morning, Jake.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners, and obviously echoing similar sentiment on the call that we've appreciated working with you, Commissioner Judge Stein, since the launch of sports betting in the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Jake. We appreciate you. Thanks so much.
Of course. And yes, I can answer the question. So we have 24 states approved. We're pending still in Kentucky, North Carolina, and New York, as well as Massachusetts. But we're not, it's more of an administrative process thing. We're not expecting or any hiccups, or we haven't received any questions that would be not in line with what we receive from other states.
And no jurisdiction has denied that you've applied for. Okay, thank you.
Any
So
other questions? Commissioner
I
Ball?
have a follow-up question. So I know we've been looking at the form in terms of adding, and we added the reference to whether or not they had reached out to the Players Association. I know, Andrew, you sort of amended this. They have, after the submission, reached out. I think we might want to think about adding, right now our form just says if you have, tell us what they said. I think we also might want to think about saying if they haven't, why not? Here they have, and I guess my only other question would be, was there any response from the Players Association when you did reach out to them?
Sure. Thanks, Commissioner O'Brien. Yes, no response from the UFL Players Association after we had reached out.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
And Commissioner O'Brien will be sure to add that to the form. I know we talked about that with the Professional Women's Hockey League a few months back, but we'll make sure to add this to the actual form.
Anything else for Jake or Andrew, Chris? Okay. Do I have a motion?
I'm
Thanks.
happy to move.
Thanks, Joe. Commissioner.
Madam Chair, I move that the Commission amend the official catalog of events and wagers to include the United Football League as included in the Commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Okay. Any questions, edits? All right, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Good work, Andrew. Now what do we have next?
We have Crystal Rocheman on extension of waivers coming up. Crystal?
Okay. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Chris and Jake. All right. Good morning.
Good morning, commissioners. How are you? Kathy, I'll spare you, but you've heard plenty of my sentiments. So I'll just direct you to page 97, or at least it was last time I looked. Yes, page 97 of your packet. Today I'm just presenting you a recommendation to extend a uniform waiver, which has already been in place. That waiver is for 205 CMR 257034, and it is a uniform waiver that expired on March 1st. The waiver was originally discussed during the November 16th public meeting for some context, and at that time, the commission had decided it would revise the language in this specific regulation at a further date to determine if it should be clarified. As I understand it, the A&K team and our legal division will be bringing those regulations in front of you within the next few meetings to do that. So we feel it makes sense to extend the waiver through that initial discussion, and further, if revisions are decided upon through the amended regulation, the finalization and the publication in the Massachusetts Register. And just to add a bit of clarity, you do have the two waivers in your packet. One is from DraftKings and one is from BetMGM. And although we do have two, it was a uniform waiver that was applied. These are the same two requests we received back then. They have not been modified. While other operators have not submitted for today, that there were indications that they just might need to submit waivers depending on how the regulation language lands. And in general, there are already current protections in place for this waiver. It's just going to depend on the technical specs once the language changes, if it should. I think that's all my notes for this. If you have any specific questions, I can go forward, but that's the overview.
Questions for Crystal on this, and I think to legal standing by, should you have any questions on the regulatory process. I think the question would be, both DraftKings and the MGM they have submitted petition, and I believe Attorney Teresi suggested that we add to the agenda the ability to extend it universally. Is that clear, Crystal? Is that, and here's Carrie now.
Yes, there are options how you want to move forward, because you do have two specific waivers in front of you. I suppose you could review and approve just those, and then you could just extend the universal waiver. So all three options are presented in the agenda.
Yeah. Hi, Carrie. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Yes, I was just going to add, you can certainly address only the two that were submitted, or address all. I think my understanding from speaking with Crystal was that there really is some question from all of the operators as to what they're supposed to be doing with this section right now. So when the new reg comes and when we can get that in place, they'll have that clarity, and they may still need some sort of waiver, but this would give them the time to wait and see what the updated regulation will look like.
And if we give the universal, it ensures compliance for them.
Exactly.
Commissioner Skinner?
To follow up on that, I would assume that since we haven't received a waiver request from the other operators, that they're in compliance, given that the waiver was only through March 1st, 2024. And I know that's probably a terrible assumption, given that the waiver was universal and we did hear from all operators at the time. But I guess the absence of silence here on the part of those operators, to me, is meaningful. So have we heard from any of the other operators? I don't want to assume that they need it. At the same time, I don't want to assume that they don't need it, but I do think the onus is on the operators to submit the request, again, given that the waiver that we extended last fall is currently expired.
Sure. So we had requested the initial first report under these 257s, which, if you recall, when we were doing the review of their waivers, they had various dates that they were looking to be in compliance, and the commissioners determined various uniform dates for each piece of that, most of them which run through June 30th. So our second set of reporting will be due June 30th, but this first set of reporting was more of a check-in. So we have received that from our operators. And in that, the feedback we got was that this one, you know, because this one was expiring March 1st, it was only because the language was supposed to be already revisited by March 1st. It has not been. So in that, a lot of them are saying, as I had mentioned, they're complying and doing what they think makes sense to the reg as it stands, but they're not certain that that's what the commission is actually looking for necessarily, because there's questions about the encryption versus the hashing versus if there are other ways to do this, PII protection, and in what form. So that is what the clarity will become when it's revisited. And I think for now, they're saying we comply as far as we understand. So, you know, they're not putting in waivers because they're not saying that they're not doing this. And where DraftKings and BetMGM's waivers vary a little bit, where DraftKings is saying, we don't want to try to comply with something that will then change because it's coming to change. And BetMGM saying, we would like a waiver forever because we think we do something different than hashing and encryption, as far as I understand it. So I do know that the conversation will also be had for some more technical expertise related to this reg, and that's where we're going with it. So I wouldn't necessarily say them not putting in a waiver means that they're sure they're going good to go. They're just, as they are reading it as it exists, they think
I apologize for adding any confusion on that. I think it was my point about bringing them, it's sort of on us to help them because we're still clarifying. So to the extent that there's any ambiguity, by giving a universal, that kind of ensures while we're seeking clarification that everybody is all set.
Right. As something might change.
No, I understand that, Madam Chair, and Crystal. I just, Crystal, I'm glad you mentioned the progress reports. BetMGM references their progress report in their description in the waiver request. And I guess my next question then is, and I'm assuming, I think you indicated that the other operators also submitted progress reports. So is there anything in those that we as a commission need to consider in order to determine whether a universal waiver is here, or is that just the baseline? Is that where we're starting, given that we have an action item on this end to complete?
Yes, I think that's it. So they were, pretty basic progress reports at this point, since a lot of it, most of these expire June 30th, but a lot of it is just, we're working to comply with that, or we're in progress with complying with that. And this particular one, as I said, was, right now we've been doing what we're doing as far as protecting this. That may change if the language changes, but we're aware it hasn't come back yet, so.
Okay. It just might, another request, Madam Chair, sorry. If we could get a copy of those progress reports in anticipation of the upcoming discussion, whether it's going to be a roundtable or what have you, to see if there's any information that we can glean that might be helpful to us in our discussion. I'd appreciate that.
Any further questions?
I guess the only question I have is for Carrie in terms of the timing. It looks like through the spring would anticipate getting potential changes in front of us for discussion. Is that a reasonable timeline? Just want to confirm.
Yeah, so you'll recall that we brought this reg a few weeks ago, and you asked us to go back and speak with the AG's office, which we did do. So we'll be adding it, I would assume at the next agenda setting to an upcoming meeting. I'm just not sure where it will fall in an upcoming meeting. So that's why I had suggested to just put something in place through promulgation, so that it would give them time to assess their needs and if they need to come back with some other sort of waiver request.
Okay, thanks.
Harry, I know you distributed the prior recordings of the discussions around 257 in this particular issue. I haven't had a chance to look at them, given as you noted that we postponed the discussion a couple weeks ago. So it sounds like though we're past the roundtable stage. And I was just drawing on the language in one of the waiver requests that where the operator offered to come in and talk to us in a closed session or of some kind to explain exactly where they are with their attempts to comply. I think the waiver should at least extend some time out so that we're not up against the same situation where, you know, for whatever reason, during the transitions here, we're not able to have a comprehensive discussion, you know, by the date that we anticipate we will. And so just provides a little bit of a cushion for us as well as the operators.
Carried. With that, first off, is it would be your recommendation that we do this universally, right? And so the
Yes.
second, okay, and then the
Yes.
second piece is do we need a date? Out. We probably should.
That's
You
what I'm
need either-
hesitating with.
Either a date or through the final promulgation of the amended regulation, either one. And that's really a decision for the commission. If you want to do a date, you know, you could say 2 to 3 months away. It may mean that the operators need to come back or an additional waiver needs to be issued if we haven't completed the regulation. They're still not sure what the ultimate language is going to be. So that was the only reason I had raised the possibility of through the final promulgation, because then they'll have that real clarity.
Yeah, and that's how you're trapped with it.
And we have done that in the past with other waivers as well.
Yeah. Commissioners, any other questions on the approach?
No, I would feel more comfortable with a date rather than the reference to the process. And so I guess what I'm searching for is a realistic date. You know, I don't want to make them come back in if we're not ready, et cetera. But I hate to just say, to not have a date certain on an extension on a waiver. I don't
Madam
know,
Chair,
June 1st, June 30th. Sorry, Commissioner Hill.
Commissioner Hill?
I was actually going to push it out a little bit more, Commissioner O'Brien. Maybe we would make it through August 31st, or some language that if we should fix the regulation to the way we want to see it, if that comes for whatever comes first type of thing. I'd be comfortable with that. But I'm not sure we're going to be ready by June 1st. Being realistic with the, you know, what we have before us.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if by June 30th, they would be able to know what their real-time extension would be. Like, do we have the language such that they can come back technologically and say, okay, if that's what you want, I need 6 months, whatever. I'm not expecting them to necessarily be able to comply in June, but maybe if our language is clarified, then they'll be able to give us a date certain.
What the difference, July 31st?
I love your desire to compromise. I don't know.
I just want to be realistic, that's all.
I know I do too. I just don't want it to fall away where it's not prioritized. So I'm not, you know, fixated on June. I don't know what my fellow commissioners feel like on the dates.
Could we,
oh,
go ahead, Commissioner.
I'm sorry. Sorry for the lag too. A former legislator giving up the 31st of July makes a lot of sense. I would join Commissioner Hill on that date, and with the hope that we can have a substantive conversation before then, to Commissioner O'Brien's point.
I'm gonna do a little check-in with our team in terms of management on this. Crystal and Carrie, what do you think? Bruce, what do you think?
Sure. From legal's perspective, I think that's fine. Crystal, of course, is the one who would be tracking the waiver date, so I'll defer to her there.
Yeah, I was, okay, then we're in good shape because I was gonna say, well, I have to check to Carrie's point first, but I'd be more comfortable with July, I think, than June, just because, looking at what's happening in May and June already.
Yes.
And I do think that that gives us a good chance to, even if this has to have a discussion on a couple different meetings perhaps. But we also know that the IT team is probably going to be necessary, so it just gives a little bit more room for coordination.
Okay.
Any
I can live with July
further
31st.
Okay, and any further discussion then? So in terms of a motion, we're ready to move at this point?
I can move, Madam Chair, unless Commissioner O'Brien, who's leaning forward,
Nope.
would like to instead.
No, go right ahead.
I move that in accordance with 205 CMR 202.032, the commission issue a waiver to all licensed sports wagering operators from the requirements outlined in 205 CMR 257.034 through July 31st, 2024. As granting the waiver meets the requirements specified in 205 CMR 102.034 and is consistent with the purposes of General Laws Chapter 23N.
Second.
Any further discussion? Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
I vote yes, 5-0. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So we still now have the outstanding report on Bally's, which I know Commissioner Skinner, you prompted us to remember that we needed that. Director Ban?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, back in December, we met with Brett Caleb. He was the Chief Operating Officer of Bally's Interactive North America. I reached out to him last week to see where they were since they've gotten Rhode Island open up. And he indicated that they were aiming towards the end of Q2 for us opening. At which point we kind of met as a group to see where everything was. And I sent him a letter basically spelling out all the things that they needed to do and complete prior to opening and to obtain a operations certificate here in Massachusetts, which was a pretty extensive list. And that's kind of where we stand at this point. I've not heard back from him since I sent him the letter. We've extended numerous meetings to meet with their staff to work with them. And hopefully we hear something soon, but they do have to go through all the GLI approvals, house rules, I believe extensive licensing issues. You have anything to add to that, Todd, or?
Yeah, because they do have a temporary license with us. So I just want to mirror what we did a year ago with county licenses.
It's getting the approvals from internal controls and those kind of things.
But we did that in a certain time period for multiple. So I'm wondering why it's not the same timeline.
We've offered to have meetings with their group and stuff. I know that they were doing internet gaming in Rhode Island up to last week, I think is when they opened, but they have not taken us up on our offers. And we've made the offers probably 3 or 4 times since December. And
I wonder if it's time to, take Commissioner Skinner's idea and move it forward and stop the offering and sort of have them appear.
Like I said, I sent the letter to them yesterday and asking them, when are you doing this? And hopefully that will get a reaction with it. I will push the envelope, harder if I don't hear.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hill.
I think I am agreeing with Commissioner O'Brien. I think I'd like to be a little bit more strict and say, no, you are having a meeting with us. And if that means before the commission, so be it.
Yeah.
How we do that, I leave up to staff, of course. But I think we're at a point now where we need to move forward here.
Yep.
Madam Chair, to Commissioner Hill's point and Commissioner O'Brien's point, I would like to have Bally's appear before us, just to communicate what their intentions are at this point. It has now been quite some time since the temporary license was granted, and I think we as a body owe it to Massachusetts to understand exactly what it is they have got planned for this Commonwealth and when.
I'm going to turn to Todd. He just turned off his mic. Good morning.
Yeah, no, I'm
again.
sorry. My thing kept lighting up, but yeah, no, ultimately the process is the same for them as it has been for everyone else. And that's what was in Bruce's letter, was just kind of laying out the things that they're required to do. They're not onerous per se. They're just part of the process. Of course, we need to see their internal controls and things like that. So there's no reason to believe that they won't be able to do that. There is a slight difference in the licensing part of the regs, and I see Kara is here and she can explain it better than I. You'll probably recall that we set certain dates in the regulations by which the process adjusted a little bit when it comes to the licensure of the certain of the staff and the vendors and what have you. But otherwise, it's the exact same process. So certainly we can tell them that the commission is interested in having them appear before them. But I feel like Bruce's letter did a nice job of articulating all of the things that we need them to do in order to get up and running. So if it would be helpful, we could ask Kara to just jump in. It would be helpful just to clarify that one area where the rules are slightly different in this case than they were for everybody else.
Certainly. So essentially, under the original licensing requirements, the occupational licenses, which are our key licenses, people who are presiding over sports wagering in a supervisory capacity, need to be licensed before go live, but prior to, for the initial push back in last year, we were able to license them based on attestation. That attestation has since sunset. And so we need to be able to do a temporary license where we do a preliminary investigation and then issue the license.
I guess I'm really appreciative because I wondered what Caitlin had referred to this to me. Is this in a regulation? It's because they delayed enough that they don't get the benefit of what was really our emergency procedures to use attestation that now we're saying we're not going to get them going. Was that a decision that we made?
Yeah, that was a regulation. We had a conversation about how to recompromise on that.
Well, so we said we're
sunset in the fall, I believe, of 2023.
Well, but did we say it? We sunset the ones who never operated. I have to say, we had an applicant who was very transparent with us in our application period, where they said, you know what, we need to tell you we're off on our timing. Balance didn't exercise the same courtesy to us. And I'm going to use the terminology that Commissioner O'Brien is going to register with you. And I'm sure maybe you've heard it. This is a peerless privilege to have a Massachusetts license. They have it on their documents that they have our license. I'm upset if we haven't properly protected us to say, you don't get to just say you have a license.
Right.
You could be producing revenue. Quite frankly, they're in Rhode Island. Are they not operating? Because in Massachusetts, because they, want to benefit Rhode Island. Commissioner Maynard, you're always very good about reminding us that, we captured the revenues from neighboring states. So I'm hearing you say that because they didn't launch at the beginning, we can no longer rely on what was really the initial review, which was by law, based on the statute, we could rely on the attestation. We can no longer do that. We have to do the full licensing process.
I just want to jump in to say, I think that's accurate, but I want to be crystal clear that we stand ready to begin to process those applications as they come in. We're just not there yet. So it's not that the commission or the IEB or the staff hasn't done things that we're supposed to do. We are waiting for the information to come in, and we'll process it as it does.
And we accepted, of course, they did pay their $1 million for the second year. So, I mean, that's the good news. They're not behind on that. So I'm going to ask the tough questions because I'm leaving next week. What's the time frame on they haven't submitted anything either, so you can't get busy, right, Kara?
So we've been working with them. I will say we have had some helpful discussions too. We've been making sure that we're getting all of the lists and everything else that we need, and we are working through that process with them. We were making sure that all of the qualifiers were what we wanted them to be after the statutory change, as we did with all of the other operators. So we have been working very closely with Bally's to make sure that we're on track to if they would like to go live end of Q2.
Yeah, I don't think we probably didn't anticipate this, Commissioner O'Brien, when we made that something that somebody would not have started operating.
No, it's funny. We thought it would be potentially a new entry into the market, and we would be more steady state and we could handle in the normal course. We did conceptualize this idea, and we were all having trouble thinking that someone would get the license and not be launched or in process by that time. But here we are.
The caveat was for somebody who's a new entry, and that made sense because we no longer had the
rush of exactly.
Yeah. That's an interesting outcome. Well,
and I also, just for another point of clarification, we are also using that process with the other operators. So if they have somebody who leaves and they need to have somebody else come in, that's the process by which they are also operating.
But it doesn't disrupt their operations. Right now, they can't start operations until you do the deeper dive, which we of course very much value. It's just that they've got such a delay now that they're actually outside of the original process that we imagined for our new operators. That's a long time to be not operating. But they did pay their $1 million, so that's good news for the Commonwealth. Commissioners, good luck with that. You'll have them. You'll have that on your agenda coming up. Commissioner Skinner, we have our agenda setting on Wednesday. So just a note to Grace and Trudy to make sure that we come up with a date that would work for our team. But I think you've all expressed a desire to have them come in front of you and not. And that's not to disrespect Director Ban. It's good work, but I think to really just further support it, right?
Yeah. I've also put them in contact with the GLI people that they need to speak. Yeah. I've already done that, so they have all the tools in front of them.
Yeah, because that is, but again, but for this difference on the licensing, the other should go sort of in the same good due course as we had last year before launching. Of course, GLI would have to be available. They made themselves readily available for us during our
Yes.
GLI, and then the internal controls, they haven't submitted those.
They haven't submitted anything at this point. They need the equipment inspected and approved as well, so.
That's right, yeah. We need to have, yeah, that first.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Anyway.
That's my update.
That's your update, and that's my commentary. Peerless privilege, keep them, I know that everybody gets that. It is an asset to have been approved by this commission. All right, any questions? Taking up some time here. Caitlin, thank you for the help, and Kara, thank you. And I now, truly understand. All right. No further questions, and you'll get it on your schedules. All right. So now we're hearing from IEB.
Yes, so the licensing division actually has two matters for you this morning, and I will turn it right over to Kara and Dave McKay, sorry.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner, do you need a break?
I need about a 5-minute break if you don't mind.
I was just looking at the time, and I was thinking the same thing. So, hi, Daniel.
Before we start the next section, that would be helpful.
Okay, so it's a quarter of. You want to do, how about 10 minutes, 5 of 12?
Thank you.
And thank you again to Caitlin and Kara. Thanks so much. I know we'll see you in a bit. Thanks. Thanks, everyone.
Kathy,
Yes.
I meant to say to you yesterday, I forgot how fun it was to get a thank you card, an actual thank you card.
Oh,
So
well,
I know weird to say thank you for a thank you card, but
well,
I'm doing it.
we'll just stop with that. You don't need to thank me for the thank you card. No, that's so cute. And I showed it right away to our son who had been in Columbia recently too. I think I told you he had brought home a knick-knack thing and I said, look, I have now another Columbia treasure. So it's fun. Here we are. I think we're still in. We're all back now. Commissioner Maynard just finishing up, I think. Commissioner Hill, all right, we're all set. Okay, so this is a reconvening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. Do a roll call. We're still on public meeting 508. 508.
I am here.
Great. Commissioner Hill.
I'm here.
Commissioner Skinner.
I'm here.
Commissioner Maynard.
I'm here.
Okay, we'll get started, and we left off with you, Chief Brian, on licensing question. Thanks.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, we have 2 items for you today, but just before we do that, on behalf of the Licensing Division, Madam Chair, we want to thank you for your tireless support, guidance, and wisdom. It's been really wonderful working with you. And with that,
To interrupt, I want the licensing department is just a special division, and I like each and every one of you so very, very much. We gave you, and even though you were a newcomer, Chief O'Brien at the time, you and your team were co-recipients of the McHugh Award after launching in recognition of the work that you did to really stand up sports wagering. And what I love about your division is that each has a special role, and yet they work in unison together. So you have a really great team there.
we do.
All the teams are great, but that licensing division just has these very particular roles, and we count on them. And there's not always proper recognition, but we were delighted to give you that McHugh Award, I guess, in 2023 last year. So thanks.
Thank you. So we have 2 items today. We have MGM Springfield is requesting to amend their beverage license, as well as Plainridge Park Casino is requesting a withdrawal of a service registration exemption. And David McKay, our licensing manager, has prepared both of these items for you.
Good day, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, David. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, well, if I may, just before I start off, I just wanted to echo Kara's sentiment. I'll keep it short and sweet, but it's been a pleasure getting to know you and work with you. And while I'm sure I'll see you in person again before your last day, just wanted to personally wish you all the best as you move on from the MGC. So thank you again.
Thanks, David, and it's been fun. We've seen you shift in your positions with a nice promotion, and in 2 different divisions. You have expertise. You're so valued and valuable, and you are a new dad. I saw that happen, and that's
Yes.
really special. So,
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate all of that.
thanks, David.
Sure. So as Kara mentioned, our first item here, MGM Springfield has applied for an amendment of its gaming beverage license to add a new venue of the name Converted Church. This venue area was formerly the Kringle Candle location. As discussed, starting on, I believe, page 104 of the packet, this application was reviewed by the Division of Licensing. The scope of this review also included verification pertaining to the licensed area manager, Christopher Smeagol, Executive Director of Hospitality, and an on-site inspection was performed by Angela Smith, IEB Casino Regulatory Manager, to confirm the accuracy of the reported information. This inspection also confirmed the license area's surveillance and security were in compliance and provided adequate coverage. I'd also like to note our division worked with Daniel Miller, Compliance Director of MGM Springfield, to obtain the necessary information to develop this request. At this time, happy to field any questions you might have, but our division is recommending that the commission approve this request.
Questions for David, Kara, or Daniel? Good afternoon. Daniel, nice to see you.
You too, Lady Chair. And I guess before the other commissioners chime in, I'll just say my little piece as well. It has been a professional pleasure working with you. I think in actual fact, I find myself in just a little bit of a dilemma of if you have a successor that is also a lady, does she become Lady Chair, or does that honorific title go with you? But thank you very much. Best of luck to you, and enjoy your retirement. You deserve it. So
Thank you so much, Daniel. And I think nothing pleases my fellow commissioners more than hearing you say Lady Chair. If the successor is a fact a woman, I suspect that she'll enjoy it as much as I have. But it always brings a smile to all of us. You know, we appreciate your British roots, and we appreciate your citizenship now here in the United States. We saw that happen here, so it's great.
thank you.
Thanks, Daniel. So let's get started. Back to business. Questions?
I'm ready for a motion if everyone else is.
Commissioner Maynard, did you know that this was how the church was going to be used? I don't know if I missed that development, but this is an exciting development, right? So thank you.
I think it sounds awesome, and I was satisfied by all the security in place and the monitoring the space. So with that said, I move that the commission approve MGM Springfield's gaming beverage license amendment request to add converted church as a new licensed area in accordance with General Law, Chapter 23K, Section 26, and 205 CMR 163.03 and 136.04.
I just think there was numbers. I think you accidentally said 163 instead of 136 the very first time.
That's also what I heard, Commissioner.
Yeah.
So I will amend that to 136.03 and 136.04.
You, and do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay. Any questions? All right, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner May.
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Okay to proceed?
Yeah, and Daniel, you're all set?
Yes, thank you very much. Just thank you all for voting. I appreciate that. Have a lovely day.
Have a
Thank you,
excellent
Daniel.
day.
Great. So moving on, this next request is coming from Plain Ridge Park Casino, as Kara mentioned, to withdraw the exempt status for the food court attendant position. This request is being made under the statutory provision enacted in 2017 that authorizes the commission to exempt certain job positions from the 23K registration requirements. This ability also includes the commission's discretion to revisit any job position at any time. I believe starting on page 110 of your packet, this request was reviewed by the Division of Licensing, and to summarize some of the key details therein, this position was originally approved for exemption by the commission on May 10th of 2018. This position previously was working amongst the two food outlets in the food court area, Slice and Smash Burger. Neither outlet offered alcoholic beverage options. Recently, Plain Ridge Park Casino made the business decision to reopen the Smash Burger outlet with a Wahlburgers. In addition to offering food menu items, Wahlburgers will also be offering alcoholic beverage options, specifically draft beer only. If approved, this position will now be acting as a cashier for Wahlburgers alcohol transactions and will provide alcohol service to patrons. Due to this change in responsibilities, it is the Division of Licensing's recommendation that the Commission revisit this exempt status and designate it as a gaming service employee that shall register in accordance with 205 CMR 134.09. I would also like to note that the licensing division is reviewing a beverage license amendment request related to Wahlburgers. This exemption request we're discussing here today has been submitted to the Commission in advance of the amendment, in part to allow individuals to apply for the SER credential should the request be approved. At this time, I'm happy to try and answer any questions that you may have, but in summary, this is the request before you that the division is asking you to vote on.
Questions for David on this? And Karen's available too. Commissioner O'Brien.
I don't have any questions, but just a comment. The vote to do this was, probably my second or third meeting on the commission. And I just want to laud both you and PPC for going back through and making sure that when things change, we revisit and put it where it's appropriate. And so just thank you to you and the licensee.
And to that effect, Commissioner, I meant to note before, and I just wanted to note, since you mentioned it, we worked with Lisa McKenney, compliance manager, and Colin Burns, HR business partner, on behalf of Plain Ridge Park Casino to obtain the necessary information to develop this request. So just wanted to include them as well.
Yeah, definitely. They're great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
I do have a question.
Commissioner Skinner.
Hi, Dave.
Hi, Commissioner.
I'm okay with pulling back the exemption on this position, but I assume these employees will be employees of Wahlburgers and not PPC, correct?
They will in fact be employees of PPC.
Oh, they will be. So, okay. So Wahlburgers will not then become a jointly responsible person under the beverage license amendment that you're going to be submitting after this process. So there's not a need for Wahlburgers to be involved in adopting this job description, et cetera. So, okay, well, that's interesting. How is it that these Wahlburgers these attendants who will be providing a service on behalf of Wahlburgers be PPC employees?
Franchising, right?
My understanding is they're licensing the name only for their use, but the outlet itself will be owned and operated by Plain Ridge Park Casino. I believe it's noted in the memo, this position is currently a union position, and those employees are shared between the two outlets within the food court area.
Okay, got it. So I asked the question because I don't know if the Wahlburgers is still out at MGM Springfield.
Yep.
And that, I think, operates, that establishment, that franchise operates under a different model. So that's why it came to mind. So thanks for the clarification.
Sure.
Can I just say that's another favorite memory? I'm just walking down memory lane. When Wahlburgers opened, they had an opening, and it's the only time I remember being handed a burger to me to take a bite or a picture. It was the best bite. And then I got to eat it privately, but it was very, very funny to me, and I had never had a Wahlburgers burger. So anyway, it was delicious. So yeah, they are still in business at MGM Springfield. They are in a separate building, and I think that was part of the difference in models, Commissioner Skinner. All right.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, Commissioner Hill, if you're not mentioning how much you like a Wahlburger and you want to move, okay, I'll let you.
And I always talk about food, and then I noticed later in Twitter that they're talking about me talking about food, so I will say nothing. However, I am ready to make a
Thank you.
motion. Madam
Thank
Chair, in accordance with 205 CMR 134.03 1B, I move that the commission withdraw its prior approval to exempt from the service employee registration requirements the position of food court attendant at Plain Ridge Park Casino as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Any questions? Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners.
Thanks, David. Excellent work. We appreciate it. All right, now we're turning to, Harry, my apologies. We're all done with item number 7 and we're turning to legal. We have both General Counsel Grossman and Carrie Parisi, and it looks like we have Paul Commoners and Annie Lee joining from A&K. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. We have 3 regulation items for you today. We will start with 205 CMR 221, which is the regulation related to sports wagering license fees. This regulation has been working its way through the promulgation process, and we did hold a public hearing, I believe last week on this regulation. We've not received any comments to date. And today we are seeking approval to finalize the promulgation process and file this regulation with the Secretary of the Commonwealth. So I will turn it over to Paul Commoners from Anderson and Krieger to discuss the regulation in a little bit more detail, and we can answer any questions that you might have.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. 205 CMR 221 governs fees for the licensing of sports wagering operators. This amendment was a small cleanup amendment because we realized that we had accidentally written it in a way that could be read to require operators to pay $2 million for every temporary license. And while they are certainly welcome to do so, we would not require them to do so. I believe that the text of the amendment is straightforward. We're simply cutting out the section that creates the second obligation. And as Carrie said, no comments have been received.
Commissioners, questions for Paul or Kim? Commissioner
No
Skinner.
questions. Thank you, Madam Chair. Paul, could you just take a second look at the regulatory citation in 221.021? It references 221, I can't speak, 221, too many twos. 221.012A, and I don't have a 2A in my copy. I wonder if that should be 3A. It looks like it might. So it's on page 115.
Yes,
right at the
that
top
looks.
there.
If I had to guess what happened there, I think we might have tried to fix that twice.
Yeah.
So yes, you are correct.
Same with the
The
other
annual
citation.
assessment is under 013, not 012, and so we would not make the changes indicated on the second page of the draft regulation. I apologize for that error.
Those 2 citations, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other comments, edits, questions? Okay.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission approve the amended small business impact statement and the draft of 205 CMR 221 as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today. And further, that staff be authorized to take the steps necessary to file the required documentation with the Secretary of the Commonwealth to finalize the regulation promulgation process.
Second.
Thanks. Any edits? Okay, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0.
Thank you. The next regulation we have for you is 205 CMR 238.12. This is related to sports wagering operator letters of credit. This is the first time you're seeing this amendment, so we would be discussing the regulation today and then seeking approval to begin the promulgation process, and then it would go out for comment. So I'm going to turn it over to Annie Lee to discuss this one for us.
Thank you, Carrie, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. So as you'll recall, 238.12 was last amended in October 2023 in conjunction with the promulgation of the cessation regulation. The cessation regulation called for operators to obtain a letter of credit to ensure that pending wagers would be able to be redeemed by patrons in the event of cessation of sports wagering operations. Following that amendment, Commission staff considered whether a letter of credit would be beneficial for other purposes, specifically for protecting patron deposits. So this is money that's in a sports wagering account that, unlike what is required in the cessation reg, has not been placed or committed to a pending wager. And so the proposed amendment to 238.12 would allow operators to back up patron funds in addition to the methods that are already permitted in the regulations, such as cash reserves in a segregated account. It would add an option for operators to back up patron funds in sports wagering accounts through a letter of credit or through a combination of letter of credit and the existing options being cash, cash reserves, segregated account. The effect of this proposed amendment would be to allow operators to commingle funds and use funds for operations where there is a letter of credit. If there is not a letter of credit and this operator continues to utilize methods such as segregated account or cash reserves, then the operator would still be subject to the same requirements that the funds be protected and not be commingled with any other operator funds. And so those regulations you'll see, or those amendments, are specifically at 238.12 subsection 2, where you're adding in a letter of credit, and also in subsection 3, where there is the specific requirement that funds held in segregated accounts or cash held in reserve do not belong to a sports wagering operator or not commingled. We've also added a subsection C in section 3 that ensures that letters of credits that are withdrawn to or that are taken out to back up patron funds in sports wagering accounts are not available to creditors of the sports wagering operator.
Questions for Annie, and I see Gabrielle Lennon is here. Good afternoon, Derek. I don't know if you have any thoughts on this one. You're joining us for that.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Just want to say congratulations as well to you and thank you for your time to us here. And I am here for any questions because this has been somewhat of a troublesome reg from the outset. The intention of it was great, and I think this amendment gets to the best way to maximize the abilities of operators to utilize funds in their possession, as well as protect the patrons 100% in the event that an operator cannot go on working. So this gives a lot of flexibility, and I have to commend A&K on working through this about 20 different times to get the language to a point where it does what we would like to see it do.
And thank you, Derek, and thank you for the thoughts, but mostly, as always, thank you for your expertise and sharing it today. Commissioners, are you thinking, or are you comfortable with taking this first step?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm comfortable, particularly in light of Derek's statement relative to the amendments being less restrictive, I guess, with respect to operators, but more protective of patrons. So I appreciate that. clarification. So I am happy to make a motion if there are no other questions.
I'm seeing everybody
I
nodding.
agree.
their head.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Great, thanks. Okay, and I see no objection from Commissioner Hill. Go right ahead, Commissioner Skinner, thanks, and thank you.
I move that the commission approve the small business impact statement and the draft of 205 CMR 238.12 as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today. And further, that staff be authorized to take the steps necessary to file the required documentation with the Secretary of the Commonwealth to begin the regulation promulgation process.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard,
Aye.
and I vote yes, 5-0. Thank you, Annie. Appreciate it. It was nice seeing you the other day. Kind of
And
bumped
Madam Chair, I'd just also like to say what a great job Carrie did taking this on mid-stride and getting up to speed, because this is not an easy one. It is not easy to follow. So the fact that she was able to work with A&K and get this done is, it speaks highly of her.
Thanks, Derek. I appreciate that.
Be careful. Now that we know, you're going to get a lot more follow-up questions too.
Actually, I don't know anything about this regulation.
Good clarification, Carrie. Right on.
No, thank you very much. So our third item for you today related to regulations is not a draft regulation, but for discussion. Madam Chair had requested that we bring 205 CMR 238.35 regarding canceled or voided wagers for a commission discussion on the existing regulation and potentially if there are any changes that you'd wish to make. So Mina Macarius is going to sort of kick off where the regulation stands and guide a discussion here for us today.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and congratulations on well-earned retirement after this, but not quite so soon. So 238.35, as Carrie mentioned, is up before you for discussion in light of, I think, some questions that came up in prior conversations around this issue, and a sort of a pause and a deep breath to figure out where we are and if this is working the way the commission would like it to, if regulatory changes make sense, or as we discussed a couple of weeks ago now, with the line moving issue, if simply having a shared understanding of how it works is sufficient for now. So this is really just, again, a beginning of a discussion and bringing it in that light. So what I thought I would do today is walk through how the particular provisions of 205, 238, 35 work in the context of a cancellation or voiding of a wager by an operator, and what it does and doesn't do, and a little bit of how it might be consistent or differ from other jurisdictions. So just as sort of a historical recap a little bit, in the initial drafting of 238.35, we followed a model that many states use, which has a number of different circumstances under which operators can cancel or void a wager. Many of those are things that are sort of changed objective circumstances on the ground. An event gets a rain delay. So a different starting pitcher happens. It's sort of an obvious, different players or a different venue is used. A different a player on whom there's an individual wager placed is injured suddenly and doesn't play in the game, et cetera. In those circumstances, the operator must, and doesn't have any discretion, but must cancel or void the wager. The circumstances underlying why someone bet what they did have changed. There was initially in December 2022 a provision which was consistent with what many jurisdictions, but not all, do, which allowed operators to also cancel or void wagers when there was, quote, an obvious error in the placement or the acceptance of a wager in the opinion of the operator in that case. This is distinguishable, just to be clear, from an obvious error that the patron knows and immediately cancels. For instance, they miswrite something on the ticket, or they mistype something and catch it right away before the wager is placed. In April of last year, the commission revisited 205 CMR 238. The impetus for that actually had nothing to do with this. At the time, we were adding provisions to accommodate Category 2 sports wagering, that facilities that had, we were just starting to upgrade the regs for that, or update the regs for that. However, during that time, I think based on some feedback, some of the issues that I think were starting to pop up around the country around the ability of operators to cancel or void wagers on their own, there was a suggestion to go closer to what we understand New Jersey does, although in a slightly different context, because they have a sole person doing this as opposed to a commission in public, where operators operators can come to the commission and ask for the ability to void a wager if they believe there was an obvious error that they or a vendor of theirs made in its placement, and the commission would then approve or deny that. That is how New Jersey operates. My understanding, we've talked to Director Band about this, and his understanding as well is that New Jersey rarely, if ever, approves that. They're sort of have a very heavy presumption on that. Other states, because they have the automatic ability for the operator to make the decision, it sort of never comes up. And as we learned in the DraftKings issue a couple of months ago, I believe Connecticut simply just doesn't have a process for it. It's a little bit of a, there isn't a clear regulatory piece. That's sort of the lay of the land on that. The way the current reg works, and again, this is devoid of a sort of a context of a particular request before you, just wanted to lay it out, is that there's essentially a process where there's a submittal of information to the commission of what it is the basis for voiding a wager is. Now, I think we all have focused heavily on obvious error because that was the origin of this, and that is the most common reason an operator would ask, but it could be for other reasons. They decide that there was some other public policy reason that they think it would be inappropriate to keep that wager in place or not. There might have been a bad associated event with it, something like that, right, where that wasn't expected at the time. Whatever it might be, they would come to you with a description of it, facts relevant to the request, and an explanation of why canceling or voiding is in the best interest of the Commonwealth and ensures the integrity of the sports wagering industry. And you then, as a commission, can request any information and consider any relevant factors. So as currently written, there is very broad discretion. I will say that the way that the New Jersey regs are written are similar. There's very broad discretion. The question really before you today is, one, is that discretion something you want to keep in place as is? Other options, and this is not one where we're recommending a variety of options, but I can chart a few ideas, would be to essentially go closer to the Connecticut model where there is no option at all. That makes it hard to predict what you might leave out or what might happen that might cause you to want to say yes to a cancellation or voiding, because we'd be left to our imaginations to figure out what that could be. You could have the same discretion, but with putting more limits on yourselves in the regulations so that you don't have as much discretion each time. You could keep as is, but make clear your position on circumstances that are likely to arise. For instance, through multiple requests, the reason that I think we are able to say New Jersey rarely does this is when multiple requests have come up, the answer has been consistent over time, especially where it relates to mistakes made by vendors and third parties on behalf of an operator. And that is certainly a permissible and kind of common way for agencies to make their positions known. This current commission's views as a policy matter could change over time as new commissioners come in, as circumstances change. But the industry would have an idea that this is a kind of burden of proof that they have to show the particular group in front of them if they would like to cancel or void a wager, and what will count or what will count in their favor or not. So that's where we are. I'll stop there and first ask if there's any questions on the current process, and then we can open it up to thoughts on kind of going forward if there any changes are warranted.
Just a clarification, today's on for discussion only, and thank you, Carrie, for mentioning. I have brought this up at our agenda setting to get it in front of the commission. But I believe, and Director Behr, maybe you can correct me, but I think you and I both sort of said at the time when we were dealing with this, maybe we might need to look at this regulation again. So here we are. But it is on just for discussion today. Okay. So questions about where we are right now, Nina, and then where we might be going, right? Okay. Commissioner O'Brien, are you leaning in?
I have comments on where we might go from here, but I don't want to block anybody from if they have questions about where we stand right now. I'm not seeing any, so maybe I should just march on.
Yeah, and then we can go back.
Yeah. So yeah, I was in favor of bringing this forward as well, Madam Chair, because the discussion that we had about the DraftKings voiding, where different states were treating it differently, and I was interested in New Jersey, and I did talk to Bruce Band about that too. That it's they don't have a reg necessarily that says under no circumstances, right? Which is why they go forward. But I believe it was in there too, that if they do ask, there's certain things that have to come forward with, specifically in terms of who's the vendor, how did it happen, how are you going to stop it from happening? So I have kind of two areas of thought. One, which is I've sort of expressed all along, which is for me, an obvious error is something that's either, illegal or factually impossible. And I know that's probably more stringent than what the others in this commission may feel. And so there's probably a third category of that goes into what we have in there, integrity of either the event or sports wagering industry in general, et cetera. I'm curious to hear thoughts on whether there's a way to further define that so that we don't have an industry coming in and asking for these. I am troubled by some of what was in sort of the Washington Post article that was included with what we received in terms of the level of complexities of some of these emerging parlay bets and the lack of ability to catch errors or see what these statistical glitches may be. And I'd like to know a little bit more about that so that I think would inform where I want to go, if anything, because I don't want it to be so rigid that if there's something that's an obvious error, it devastates a company. But I also don't want them to not realize this is their responsibility. And so knowing that it's rigid enough that you can't just come in and forgive when there's been a mistake on your vendor. So maybe some more guidance in our reg or protocol on what we mean in terms of figuring out when it happens. And, fat fingers to me that maybe some sophisticated person may know is obvious, may not be obvious to someone else. So those are my thoughts on what I'd want to talk about and think about going forward.
I think also, and maybe Commissioner Mayor, you have a memory of this, because I think I have the memory of one of your comments, but how, if we are voiding, how do we calculate it? The calculation that, especially, is there leeway? If it's all voided or partially voided and some portions given back, so maybe the patron's not made completely whole, is there any room for negotiation? I don't know, Commissioner Maynard, if you remember, I think you were the one who reminded me about how large DraftKings was the last time.
So thank you, Madam Chair. There are a few times in this job that I've looked at my fellow commissioners and seen some anguish on their face. And I remember looking at Commissioner Skinner and both of us kind of squirming at the same time because it was such a tough issue.
Yeah.
And, I think I'm really functionally, even though, we had a slight difference of opinion that day, I'm kind of where Commissioner O'Brien is in structure. And what I mean by that is I want some discretion to be able to look at some of these. If it was going to, quote, devastate the company, I also want to be cognizant that, the patrons, when they make a bet, expect to get respect in the pricing, right? And we thought a lot about the consumer affairs protections and various consumer laws from the Attorney General's office. So, there is something about when a price is set, it's set. But there's also going to be times when there are mistakes made. Mistakes are human. And so I like the idea of us, whether it's 3 different categories or 2 with some language like Mina talked about, some interpretation of how we actually implement. I'm open to that. I'm open to that conversation.
Other thoughts?
Madam Chair, I'm aligned with my fellow commissioners on those particular points. Something else that troubled me during our discussion of the DraftKings void is the varying degree to which the operator was responsive to patrons and the remedy that was offered to those patrons. I think ultimately we got to a place where we were comfortable with some level of uniformity. But as part of this process, as we're continuing to discuss any changes that we might want to make either in the regulation or in guidance, that we insist on information from the operator as to what their communication has been to the patron. And that includes, the initial notification that they are pursuing a request for this commission to approve voiding of a wager. And I took a look at the regulation and there seems to be a catch-all provision in there. I don't know whether that needs to be strengthened or not, but it seems to me that 238, if we're talking about what additional information we might want to include in this regulation as required as part of a request, it seems that 238.35 3 provides just that catch-all language that I think would cover us if we're looking for any additional information as we have a live request pending.
Madam Chair, if I may, just a couple of reflections on what I'm hearing in case they're helpful. Some of what was raised about gathering information, I think as we've thought about this more, because it's so difficult to figure out exactly what might happen in each circumstance, part of the benefit of that catch-all is being able to ask for more information, and perhaps it might make sense for legal and sports wagering to think about putting together not necessarily a form, because you don't want to encourage this to be something that's happened so often that's a form, but that there is a sort of a little bit of an understanding of information that's going to be a bare minimum to even get on the commission agenda for that to meet that. The other thing I would just say on the discretion piece, based on what I'm hearing, the point about partial remedies, et cetera, I think you absolutely have the discretion to do that, because you can at the moment say no altogether. So being able to fashion a remedy that makes sense. I would caution, it's not to say that you can't go in this direction, but I would caution that if you put into the regs, as opposed to through policy guidance, a limitation on your discretion to say you will not, for instance, void a wager due to technical, and I'm making one up, I'm not saying this will be a technical error by a vendor, and you end up with a very sympathetic situation where you decide based on the sum of the totality of the circumstances and the information you want to, you might be giving a litigable right to a patron to now challenge the commission's decision on that or the operator. So there's the flexibility you have now actually is I think broad enough that it really does leave it up to each particular situation. Keeping in mind that it does create a challenging conversation and perhaps anguished conversations on those particular moments when there's a really tough call.
What do you think, commissioners? Want to give some more thoughts so that A&K and legal would have some guidance if we do decide to tweak this? Commissioner O'Brien.
I mean, I like the idea of sort of a proposed, protocol, right, for sports wagering. If one of these comes in saying this is what the commission would likely be expecting in terms of information. I also think that I'm also curious to know the reports, some of the information or communications that we got from patrons was finding out whether or not bets that shouldn't have happened due to clerical error, but inure to the benefit of the gaming operator, the sports wagering licensee, aren't canceled. So whether there's some way for us to think as we go forward in terms of compliance, doing audits on whether or not we look at things that were also maybe obvious errors, but allowed to go through because the profits went back to the licensee. So that is another area in terms of if sports wagering is going to work with legal to come up with sort of a memo in terms of what we like. That's another area that I think we should be looking at. Not necessarily reg language, but just process.
Yeah, to that point, I don't want to encourage litigiousness for trying to creatively solve a problem for a patron. So I would, even if we do this in a policy or just internal run of show, I wouldn't, for the reasons Mina outlined, I think, give me caution to put it into the reg.
Anything you want to add? Any questions from the legal team for us for further prompting us or clarification? Issues that you're thinking about? If you were us, then we might just not be asking the question. Mina?
This is just from me, and so as outside counsel, if others are, don't feel as strongly about this, they should speak up. But I would think as we're getting the guidance, one of the issues, these are kind of quick turn type things, even though they take a little while to develop. But there's folks are going to want to know what happened to that wager, what's going to happen to the cancellation that's happening in other states. And for that reason, I think it would be helpful in the policy. The decision ultimately needs to come to the commission, but it might be helpful in the policy to have clarity on who's collecting the information in the first instance. I would just think organizationally, and again, that's not my role. That's for the executive director and others, but I would suggest some thought to that as well. I think sports wagering has the first kind of line of interaction, and whether that how much is expected of them versus legal review versus the bureau, others. So
That's a really good point, Director Ban. You've raised this, where the patrons are looking to get reimbursed, made whole. The operators are saying, so I don't know how we can provide additional support, but do other states Is there, it must be all through procedural guidance as opposed to the regs, right, Nina?
Correct. Yeah, that's then again, that may be entirely internal procedure, but it just, I think, for instance, when we started working on regs and so on 18 months ago, we probably didn't have a particular process in mind. Kudos to Todd and Caitlin and Carrie for organizing us all and getting sort of we know what you expect in a reg packet, we know what you need. And I think just having that same level of clarity, hopefully these aren't coming up with the same amount, but, so that, there's sort of a clear expectation to operators and to everybody involved of what you need.
So, Madam Chair, to that, one of the things that this is jogging my memory now that struck me with the waiver we had a month or so ago was the remedy that was being sought by the licensee was sort of canceling the bet, giving them back the money they had put in. You would have thought that at a minimum, to make them as whole as possible, that would have at least happened before saying, and I don't want to pay them the winnings. And so I wonder if there's a way to sort of make that clear. Look, if the request is, I want to give the money back, and the option is you're either giving money put in or money put in plus winnings, I would think at a minimum, you would make them whole on what they put in while you're debating whether or not the overage has to go back to them.
This is sort of what I was trying to address, probably not very artfully earlier. There was, I believe, discussion around whether to make them whole and if do you get
what does that mean?
Right? The winnings, what does it mean? And I think Commissioner Skinner remembered there was also disparate treatment depending on the customers. I don't know how I do know Director Band probably would love some, guidance on that so that he can say, okay, this is what you got to do immediately, to the extent there is an immediate action that can be reasonably taken. And Mina, I just don't know.
I mean, it certainly can be part of a submittal to have what are you actually asking to do, and what is, and justifying the option too. Right? And that is, and it's not unusual if you're asking for relief to get the justify the relief, and as you build up a common law of this, again, I hope it's not thousands of cases, but as you start building it up, it'll become clearer to folks that if the mistake is of X nature, asking for complete cancellation may not get you very far with the commission, but offering something like happened last time might make perfect sense and may be better received. And it certainly, there's also a customer relationship piece of this for the operators, I would imagine. So not portraying yourself as more aggressive or less, or being fair to your own company, but also to patrons is going to be rewarded externally. I do think sorry, Commissioner, go ahead.
I have a question, and maybe this can't be answered in this forum, but if you're in that circumstance and the licensee says, I'm going to give you back the money that you put down, is there any legal inference one way or the other in terms of their ability to claim that they want to void it altogether? Like, I wouldn't think there would be impact to them saying, look, while we dispute everything over the 50 you put down, I'm going to give you the 50 back. But maybe I'm wrong on that.
Then action follows down the road.
Correct. Right.
Well, can I jump in, Madam Chair? Because to Commissioner O'Brien's point, if there was an error and they're seeking the ability to void it, it should also apply, in favor of the patron, right? Because after all, no matter what side you're on, it is a bet that the operator is alleging should be voided. So I'm in agreement with you. I think at a minimum, that's what the expectation should be. And so along the lines of what you were suggesting earlier as to guidance, or that Director Band could provide in advance, I think that has to be included.
Right.
And Commissioner O'Brien, to your question, just sort of the legal piece of that, while certainly I can't speak for every trial court judge who might look at that, or any trial court judge who might look at that, I can imagine, I don't think it puts the operators in particularly a bad spot to say, we think we have the right to go ask the commission who, in their discretion, to go cancel this altogether. However, as a customer relationship piece, we're offering to at least give you back your wager amount and not pay you up, because to Commissioner Skinner's point, what they're really asking you for is the permission to not incur the additional liability of paying the overage, right? And so, I think, you could decide whether or not on your end the settlement offer, so to speak, is indicative of any feelings of culpability or anything else. But if you were to want to encourage that behavior, you don't have to take that into account. And then a court, whether or not they would under a different claim, I guess as your reg is currently written, I think a patron would currently have a hard time, just based on your regs. Now there may be 93A issues and other consumer affairs issues, but just based on your regs, I don't think a patron could reasonably say they have a right to see the wager go through all the way, or that they have a right, or that they have an expectation that it be voided on the operator side, right? It's really discretionary.
Commissioners, all clear? This is a complicated one, right?
Yeah, and I do think the more the industry develops and the more complex some of these algorithms get on the parlays, we might need to put more specificity in here, but I think this is a good start, definitely, for a conversation.
Yeah. Any other prompts or anything that you would need?
I don't think so, Madam Chair. I think this gives us a bit to talk through with legal and sports wagering to see, what might make sense to put together as kind of as policy documentation and bring back before the commission. And I think we can take it from there.
Okay. So thank you, Carrie and Mina for bringing this up, and Todd. Director Ban, we should just make sure you're all set too, because is this going in the right direction from your perspective?
Yeah, I'm all set. I had conversations with them about this as well. So
Okay. All right. Okay, everyone. Thanks, Mina. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. So now we turn to a little bit of a fun project for Justin. I'm imposing, if I see pictures in a legal memo, it has to be a little bit funner. There you go, Justin. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Yes, if you'll turn to page 130 of the packet today, there's a brief memo. This is for discussion purposes only, but with respect to what Commissioner O'Brien had brought up to the commission, I think maybe some time ago, I looked at the legal authority under our current regulations to enact a seal of approval on behalf of the MGC, and I do believe that we could be authorized to do that under the scope of our regulations when it comes to what we ask for an operation certificate. I also, in the memorandum, just provided a couple exemplars of other jurisdictions where they use seals of approval. One of the interesting pieces probably for discussion, and as we start thinking about, if we want to use a seal and what kind of seal it would be the technological sophistication behind these seals, because other jurisdictions do have some sort of interesting features whereby you, if you stumble across one of these on a website or something, you can click on it and it pulls up the certificate of good standing of the licensee, or takes you to the regulator's website and indicates that yes, that is a current and active license. So there are some interesting nuances to how we want to use a seal besides just the graphics. I'll also note that we have not designed graphics yet. That will come after if we do decide to go down this road. But I just wanted to present this information for everyone to see and think about and potentially discuss.
Questions for Justin? The visual is really helpful. Thanks. Commissioner O'Brien, what are you thinking?
No, I like it. I mean, Justin and I had the conversation about the fact that it looks like we don't need a reg change. This is within our current authority. I like the idea of putting something visual. You often talk, Madam Chair, about sort of our efforts to combat the illegal market and to give kudos to our licensees who pay money and go through hoops to operate here. So obviously there's certain technological questions beyond my expertise in terms of how sophisticated this is going to be. I like it. It's another avenue. It's not just a visual, but it's actually another layer someone can click on and make sure they're actually on a legal site. So I'd love to figure out how we go forward in terms of the technological part and the graphics.
Commissioner Hill, were you taking your mic?
Let's move forward. Would love to see it.
Okay, so that's a project that Justin will coordinate with our comms team and probably our vendor who helps on these kinds of matters. It's exciting and again, an opportunity. So great, thank you for that clearance. Big step forward on this project. Thanks so much. Director Van, were you weighing in or no? You're all set?
Yes.
You like it? Okay. All right. Then we're all set with legal. I'm going to do a check-in on timing, commissioners. We're going to move on to IEB has a policy and procedure, and then we've got some work from the Community Affairs Division. Do we need lunch break or do you want to plow through?
I guess my question is, do we have a time estimate on these two? I don't have your stamina to not eat. And so the question is, do I need 15 minutes to run and get a snack or can we power through? Oh, you're muted, Commissioner Hill.
The community mitigation matter will not take that long, right, Joe?
Yeah, I think 20 minutes or so, I would think.
So Caitlin, what's your ballpark?
I think it could be done in 10, but if there were a bunch of questions, it might take a little bit longer.
Commissioners?
You're gonna motivate me to not ask questions, right? If we keep going through.
That is not my intent, Commissioner.
I love how the answer was back. It depends on you guys.
Commissioners, do you want a break or do you want to move forward?
Madam Chair, we could always use a break. So a 15-minute break would be sufficient.
Thank you. I think that will work.
That works for me.
That's great. Everybody can just take a little bit of time to get a nibble. All right. We're very excited that the meeting is timed this way. So excellent. We'll be back in, let's see, like 1:15, 1:20. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
I have a battle royale going on outside my door with squirrels and crows.
So if you're
Oh.
gonna parlay that, how are you gonna set that up?
I don't know, but the squirrels are out and about. My dog is going nuts. Wants to go out and join them. Which he just did, and he wouldn't know what to do if he ever caught one anyways.
It's the benefit of being at work. I don't need to deal with the barking at the squirrels.
My dog does not bark very often. He just goes back and forth, back and forth. He whines a little bit, but he's gonna be 10 in 3 days.
Wow, good for him.
He was born on St. Patrick's Day.
So is Mango.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah. He'll be 17.
Wow.
I know.
We have
No.
3 dogs in the neighborhood who are all turning 10 within the next 30 to 60 days.
You can go to the dog park and have like a big party.
Thankfully, we just go to our parks and let them go wild
Oh,
when there's nobody on them, as long as we, clean up their business.
yeah, nice.
And right now you can still go on the beaches on leash.
Right. Pre-Memorial Day.
Yeah.
Yep.
So he loves that.
I bet.
Okay, do we have everyone? Let's see, Nels, if we bring down the screen. Thank you. We're getting close. Oh, no, I think we have everything. Good. All right. So this is a reconvening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. Took a little bit of a break. Thank you for that. I did get Commissioner Hill, so thank you. And we are now on, I do need to do the roll call, given that we're holding this virtually. Commissioner O'Brien, are you still here?
I am here and in a much better mood.
I know, I needed it, so thank you. And Commissioner Skinner still here? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Hill. I jumped up. I guess I needed a little bit longer break. Commissioner Hill?
I'm here.
Okay, Commissioner Skinner.
Chair, I think you knew that Commissioner O'Brien and I were the two that really, really needed a break to get something to eat. So
I did. I don't believe it.
That's why you associated me right after her. But I am here. I'm back.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. And Commissioner Maynard.
I'm here.
We're all here. Okay, then we're going to turn to bear with me for a second. Item 9. We've gotten through all of the 8. I want to make sure. Item 9, and I'm going to turn right over to Director of our IEB, Director Monahan.
Sorry, good afternoon. So today, the commission will be reviewing what we're now calling the Group A Sports Wagering Compliance Matter Review Protocol. And as a reminder, this relates to sort of low-level alleged instances of noncompliance related to sports wagering and what happens when those are reported to the commission. The commission has looked at this, I believe, at least once, possibly twice before. At the last meeting, we went through and the commissioners had a handful of edits that they requested that we make. So we have done that. And I am happy to walk through them now, obviously, and happy to take any questions as well. And I am starting on page 135 of the packet, which is where the red line version is. This is comparing the new proposed version versus the last version that you saw. So I'll give everyone a second to get to page 135. So as I mentioned, this is a protocol that applies to all alleged sports wagering noncompliance matters that the commission becomes aware of and that are relatively low level. We'd had some conversations about what to call these. Using the words category or numbers is not helpful because we have so many other categories and numbers going on with this commission. So we're calling these Group A. Hopefully that will be different enough that we can use that term without too much confusion. So As you may remember, upon identification of Group A matter or of a matter, the matter goes to the sports wagering division to perform an initial review and to determine whether the matter is in fact a Group A matter. And the sports wagering division may, of course, consult with other members of the staff, including counsel and the IEB, in reaching such a decision. If the sports wagering department determines that, well, and sorry, just before I go ahead with that, Group A incidents are categorized as relatively low level incidents, which may be handled directly by the sports wagering department with reporting to the commission. And in determining whether a matter is relatively low level, there are a number of factors for consideration, including whether the issue is promptly detected, whether it was self-reported, whether there's a previous history of violations, et cetera. I won't walk through them all because they're there in the protocol. So the sports wagering department looks at the different factors and potentially in conjunction makes a determination as to whether it's a Group A matter. The commission also has the ability to determine whether certain categories of alleged noncompliance should not ever be categorized as Group A matters. And the commission did make a determination at the last meeting that promotion-related noncompliance events are not to be categorized as Group A matters. And so that means that they would be sent up as, we don't have a Group B protocol yet, but it means that they would be referred over to the IEB for further investigation and ultimately to bring to the commission to make a decision on what should happen with them. So once a matter is categorized as a Group A, the protocol sets out a procedure for all the different steps that the sports wagering department may or shall take in assessing the matter. And that includes, entering the matter into the database, basically doing an investigation into, a review of the incidents and then determining how to handle it. And the matter may be resolved by the issuance of a sports wagering notice of noncompliance form, describing the issue and violations, warning or reprimanding the licensee, directing the necessary remedial measures, and or setting a deadline for compliance. And to be clear, the sports wagering department doesn't have the ability to fine or revoke a license or anything like that. That would have to be a non-Group A matter, and that would have to go to the commission or the IEB for that type of action. And we also, this is one of the other changes that the commission requested, is that any decision by the sports wagering department is subject to review from the commission. And so the way that would work, I think, in practice is the commission will receive reports every other week related to the status of Group 1 matters. So if a commissioner or commissioners see a matter that they would like to review, what they may do is bring that to a commission meeting. And if a majority of the commissioners believe that the particular matter should be reviewed, it can go on a future agenda for review by the commission. And that, again, was another change, just making sure that a majority of commissioners would have to agree that the matter should be reviewed further. So that's a quick overview of the protocol and the changes that have been made, as you can again see in the red line. So happy to take any questions.
Questions, commissioners? We had a good look at this. I'm very excited over the name change because I was the one who's really tripped up by it. So thank you for that.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner.
I don't have a question, but I have a comment to the sports wagering department and in specific to Alyssa, and I hope I'm saying her name correctly, who sends out our bi-weekly reports about what has come into the MGC, and it's in a format that even I can understand. And if there's an issue that I would think would come before you folks, I can see that pretty easily from the reports that we've been getting. So through you, Bruce, and through you, Madam Chair, to Alyssa and the team, thank you. I think that's what I had envisioned when we had started requesting those reports. They're very, very detailed and, again, understandable for those of us who don't know how to read, some of the formats that get sent out. So thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you for the feedback. Sure, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, commissioners.
And feel that this is a good proposal. Let me finish with that.
Thank you, Commissioner
I was
O'Brien.
gonna say I like it.
You like it, good.
I like it.
Got the feedback.
Same
Anything
for me,
else?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Maynard, you're giving a thumbs up too? Seems to me then we might want to give a green light on this with a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission approve the Group A Sports Wagering Compliance Matter Review Protocol as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Hey, Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard,
Aye.
and I vote yes, 5-0. Excellent work, and thank you for being patient as we worked our way through that. And now there'll be the groups B and C, so excellent, thanks. Oh, I see. Hi, Lily. All right, so we're turning to item number 10. Good afternoon, and thank you for being patient with us as we moved into the afternoon hours, Joe and Lily.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners, and Kathy, as with others, we do certainly send our best wishes to you in your retirement from the Community Affairs Division. And also, I do want to thank you for all of the support that you've given to us and the genuine interest that you have had in the things that we do. So that is greatly appreciated. So thank you.
You've got a great team, and Mary, I'm glad to see you. You really, Joe, you just know how to run things, and you have a great team, and we know how critically important Mary has been to you, and Lily has come in, and it's a good team. Thank you for your remarks.
Okay, so jumping right in, the first matter we have in front of you is the City of Medford is asking to repurpose some previous grant funds that we awarded for the Wellington Route 28 underpass project and the Wellington Greenway Phase 4. This is a little complicated, so please indulge me as I walk through this, the process that we're going through here. So back in 2020, the commission awarded $530,000 in a transportation construction grant to the City of Medford for the Wellington Greenway Phase 4 project. Now that is a little section of multi-use path, bike path that runs along the Wellington Station parking lot. It's sort of the last gap in that segment along the Malden River. So we issued that award back in 2020. And they are now asking to use those funds and repurpose them for a couple of different purposes. But so just as background, when Medford applied for that transportation construction grant in 2020, they originally requested $945,000 out of a total construction cost of a little over $1 million. Now, back then, we didn't have an exact breakout of how much money had to come from the community and how much money came from the Community Mitigation Fund. If you recall, now the split is 1/3, 2/3. 1/3 comes from the commission, 2/3 from the community. So back then, we didn't have a specified amount. But anyway, as my mother would say, through the jigs and the reels, we came up with the $530,000 number as the award. So that left Medford with a gap in the funding of about $500,000. So what they did was they went to their state rep, who went and got an earmark, a federal earmark for that difference in the funds. Now, at that time, Medford, and frankly, I was not aware of how exactly those federal earmarks would work. So what ends up happening is when you get a federal earmark for transportation funds, it gets routed through your local transportation agency, which in our case is MassDOT. And basically, it becomes essentially MassDOT's money. And in order to advance a project, in order to actually get at that money, the project has to go through the entire MassDOT process, which means you have to get 25%, 75%, 100% design drawings. It's a much more complicated process than what the city would have had to gone through if they had just done it, shall we say, privately. It was not really private, but just through the community rather than through MassDOT. So the other part of this is that MassDOT doesn't have a particular way where we could sort of put our money in with theirs to go to a project. The way that they do it is when that money comes in, the community then has to submit an application to the state project review committee, which they did. And then the state came back and said, well, this project is approved for 1.6 million in construction funds between the federal earmark and other federal and state funds. So essentially what happens in this process is that the state is funding the entire construction of this project, and our funds essentially are really not necessary for the construction of that. So now with that said, the design of the project becomes significantly more complicated, which is why they are asking for this money to be used for design. So where we are is the two requests. The first one is the Wellington Route 28 underpass. This is a proposed sort of wooden boardwalk that will pass under Route 28 down by Station Landing. There's a similar one on the other side of the river. And we have funded this project in the past. We gave them an initial grant in 2019 to get that through 25% design. And we transferred some additional funds to that project later on to get it through 75% design. And Medford is requesting that 162,100 of the 530 that we are working with go to that project to get it to 100% design. So right now, that project is estimated to cost about $4.5 million. And it's being funded through the state, through federal and state funds. So none of our money is going towards the construction of that. And actually, the state is expecting that cost will probably go up when the final 75% design plans are submitted. They think it'll probably be over $5 million. And then the other request is for the Wellington Greenway Phase 4. Medford did have a design in hand when they came in for money for us, but that design, as I said, does not meet MassDOT standards. And when MassDOT looked at it, they said, gee, this is really about sort of a pre-25% design. So Medford got a quote from Tetra Tech in the amount of $375,000 to complete the design and permitting. So the city's requesting the remaining $367,900 from the 2020 grant for that work. And MassDOT did say that they fully intend to fund this project with statewide funds on the fiscal year 25 to 29 transportation improvement program. Now, the review team, we did have some significant concerns with the costs of the design associated with this. Now, I have not done a design like this myself in a very long time. And I guess the rules of thumb have changed somewhat, but in looking at the design costs, we thought that they were quite high. But since MassDOT is going to actually build these projects, they'll bid and build them. We met with the city and with MassDOT and asked MassDOT essentially for them to review these requests and let us know that they felt that they were appropriate for these kinds of projects. And they went back and did that, and they do feel that these design fees are appropriate. So, we really just wanted to rely on the experts in the field for this, and they gave us their assurances on that. So, in the end, the real goal of this whole program, of the Community Mitigation Fund program, is to identify projects and see these that will address casino-related impacts and see these things ultimately put into place, and in this case, meaning built. So in repurposing these funds, what that will do is it will allow these two projects to move to construction, but it also will leverage significant state and federal funds. These $530,000 that we put towards design, the total cost of these two projects is going to be about $6.5 million, which is coming completely out of federal and state funds. So it's really a lot of bang for the buck that we get for repurposing these funds. So it's a two-part recommendation here, where we are recommending transferring 162,100 of the 2020 grant to the Wellington Route 28 underpass project to complete that design. And we're also recommending that 367,900 of that same grant be converted from a transportation construction grant to a transportation planning grant for the completion of the design of the Wellington Greenway Phase 4. So with that, I know it's a little complicated how we get to the end result, but be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners, questions? So, can you just remind me, so the original priority went to Wellington.
Yes, the original grant was for construction of the Wellington Greenway.
Got it. Do you remember, Commissioner Bryan? I don't,
I don't.
You know, that's a good sign. It shows how much.
We were in the
you
middle
had.
of the pandemic. That might have.
No, but also it shows, I think, how many, great grants that have been awarded is really what it is. And then 9.5, and then the total amount now for design is, you add it up?
Yeah, that adds up to the 530,000.
Yeah. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So I'm surprised you aren't sharing a map.
I know. I was going to.
My
but I did
favorite part. All right, I can do
The
this
map
on
is
a-
essentially irrelevant to the request.
I know, and I also know this area very, very well, so it's not necessary. But I
Madam Chair, I
Yep.
know you would love to see a map, but over the last 2 to 3 weeks, as we've been going through our grants, maps is all we look at. So I'm glad we're not looking at a map today.
That's why that's a great assignment, working with this group.
Love it.
Yeah, it's so fun, and so many members of the team are involved. It's a great program. All right. Commissioners, questions? Memo is clear to me, and then Joe, thank you for walking us through it. Do I have a motion, or do we
I
want to
have
switch now? Okay,
I
go
have
ahead.
one ready, Madam Chair.
Let's go.
I would move that the commission grant the request from the city of Medford to transfer $162,100 from the 2020 Medford Wellington Greenway Phase 4 Transportation Construction Grant to the Wellington/Route 28 Underpass Project to complete the project design, and to convert $367,900 of the 2020 Medford Wellington Greenways Phase 4 Transportation Construction Grant to a transportation planning grant for the completion of the design of the Wellington Greenway Phase 4 project as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Thanks, Commissioner Maynard. Okay. Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard,
Aye.
and I vote yes, 5-0. Well done. Now,
Okay, great. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. So the next item that we have is we'd like to give you a little update on where we are with the 2025, the fiscal year 2025 Community Mitigation Fund. And we'd also like to get a little bit of input from you folks on what the approval process is going to look like for this year, because it will need to be a little bit different from the way that we've done it in the past. So in your packet is a memo that gives a quick breakdown of how we're doing for fiscal year 2025 with our new block grant approach. So, the top line number is we received just over $22 million in requested funds for this year. And by comparison, last year we got a total request of $16.1 million. So that's a pretty significant increase over that number, which is one of the things that we were really trying to accomplish as part of this new program. With respect to the municipal applications, we have 28 communities that are eligible for funding. We received applications from 25 of those, so there were 3 communities that did not apply, and we do intend, we haven't done it yet, but we intend to reach out to those communities to just talk with them a little bit and find out the reasons why they didn't apply or what the issues were. Ultimately, we really want all of the eligible communities to come in for funds. Then with respect to the regional applications, we received 10 applications from regional agencies. This is up from previous years since we did add some new entities that were eligible, including the regional planning agencies. So we did receive 3 applications from the regional planning agencies, and we also have some additional interest from district attorney's offices. Previously, we had only had Hamden DA come in for grants, but we now have Middlesex and Suffolk have also asked for some funds. So that's the good news on the applications. We are right now deep into the review process, and Commissioners Hill and Maynard are sitting in on that process with us. And so far, everything's going pretty well. We have a pretty aggressive timeline on those reviews, and we are so far keeping to it. And hopefully we will continue to do that. But so one of the things that happened with this block grant approach is the number of applications is reduced from last year, but the total number of projects that we are considering is increased significantly. So in years past, a community would apply for a grant for a particular project. And I think the number last year was 54, if I'm not mistaken, on total applications. So that would be 54 discrete projects. Well, what happens with the block grant approach, we've asked people to submit a single application for the community, but within that application, identify the particular projects that they want to do. Well, when you add up all of those projects, it's around 130 for this year. So each one of those still requires a review and an evaluation and a determination. So as you probably all recall, our memos to the commission are voluminous. And hopefully have all of the necessary information that you folks need. But what we are trying to do with this, since we have so many more projects, is to streamline the process a little bit. And I thought I would just share my screen here, if I can. And what we have done here is we just created the fictional Delaneyville application, and I'll credit Lily for that one. And this is sort of the format that we're thinking about coming to the commission with, and it's more of a tabular format.
Joe, can you make it just a bit bigger?
Oh, sure, yeah. And what we've done here, the idea is to color code it a little bit, put a recommendation right up front for you folks to see. Whether waivers are required and so on. And then for each individual project, we'll have a sort of a very brief write-up. We will give you links to all the applications and so on, so that you can see the more detailed descriptions and so on. But our hope is to keep each community's application to kind of a 1 to 2 page presentation for the commission to try to just keep this down to a reasonable level. And then what we would do, we would still propose to do 2x2s with all of the commissioners ahead of time to give you a little bit deeper of a dive into these. And so the thought here is that each one will have, the name of the application, a recommendation, then a very brief description of the project. And, we're looking at sort of 1 to 2 sentences max to try to get right at what it is. And then the impact that they've identified, the determination of the review team on whether this project addresses that impact, and then a very brief rationale behind that. Now, the hope is that on a lot of these, they will have identified an impact that we have in the guidelines. They will have identified a type of project that we identified in the guidelines that addresses that impact, so that there is really not a whole lot of, really heavy review. If they do those 2 things, it's essentially they get the grant, and as long as it meets with our other guidelines. So we expect that many of these will be a very brief discussion saying that, hey, this thing met the 2 pieces, therefore we recommend it. And without really going into much more discussion than that. And then what we are also proposing kind of color coding this. In this case, where we're saying there's this bike share program for 200,000 and we're recommending it for a reduced amount for 125,000. So here, when there's going to be some kind of a proposed modification to the grant amount, we expect that this rationale discussion will be a bit more than you would see in one of those where we're saying, yep, they met all the requirements and let's move ahead. And then we are also recommending a third type of recommendation is full funding, but also with some conditions. If you may remember, in past years, we've had some conditions that we put on grants where we say, we'll cut loose the first part of the funding, but you really need to come back to us and give us an update on where you are before we'll sort of release that second tranche of money. So that's kind of the third piece of this. And then the fourth piece is where we do not recommend the funding. And again, as typical, these I'm sure will have more discussion with the commission on those things that we're not recommending funding for than for those things that we are recommending funding. Now, the other major kind of change in this is that we are proposing to just bring these to the commission by community. If you remember in years past, we would come with maybe all the public safety applications or all the community planning applications together. In this case, where a community may have applications among several categories, to come in and say on one day saying, all right, well, a piece of this community's application is approved, and doing that over several different meetings, it doesn't really work, doesn't seem to work very well for that. So what we're proposing is coming in with each community or each regional entity and getting, sort of approval on the entire application. And I guess with that, I'd just like to open it up to the commission and if you have any ideas or thoughts on sort of the process or the presentation or, sort of what the application is going to, or the presentation of the commission is going to look like, love to hear any thoughts that you have.
Commissioner
Madam
Skinner.
Chair?
I think Commissioner Skinner.
Yep.
I'll yield to Commissioner Hill.
No, I am in full agreement with what you have proposed. I think it's for our first try at this type of a grant proposal, I think what you've proposed as the process is a good one.
And yeah, I think we have to be very clear that we are trotting some new ground here on this whole proposal. So we are in some ways, learning as we go along on some of these things.
Commissioner Skinner.
So I'll just add that, Joe, I am looking forward to reviewing these projects under this new program. I, for one, however, like the format of the old memos. And I think if there's anything you all have come to know about me is more information is better than less. And so the only caveat for me in agreeing to this revised briefing, if you will, is that you focus more on the substance of what's in the memo and less on the page numbers. So, and I leave it to you to make the judgment call as to what information needs to get in that document. It's helpful in learning about, more about the project without having to go to the more voluminous application document. So that's just, I'm speaking as one commissioner, not opposed to what it is you're proposing, but I guess, as we enter in this review phase of the block grant, under the block grant structure for the first time, I guess, we could test it out and see how it works.
Yeah, and I think, we are trying to get all of the truly salient information in there. I think in the past, there may have been some things that were a little extraneous. But but we really do want to get across all of the important points for sure.
Other input? Commissioner O'Brien?
Yeah, I like it. I've got memories of, I won't say PTSD, Joe, but toggling back and forth and being like, I read this already, and I thought we did this already. So I understand what Commissioner Skinner's saying too, is like, make sure we have enough in there, to make the decision, but I do like the idea of doing it by community, and having added as one thing and then moving on. I like the idea.
Right, and just the one other thing to add is, I think we did mention this at agenda setting, is that we do plan on bringing these things to the commission in chunks, throughout the spring, and throughout April, May, and potentially into June. We're hoping to be done before June, but we always have those couple of meetings in our back pocket should we need them. And that's the other piece, is we're trying to bring in a good size number, but without overwhelming the commission with too many applications.
Right. Thank you.
I'll just reiterate, Madam Chair, if I may, what Commissioner Hill said. I mean, it's been fascinating to watch that team do its work, and I'm happy to support what they're doing. And I think Delaneyville would be a wonderful place to live.
I would have opted for Lilyville.
Doesn't Delaneyville sound like it already exists in Massachusetts? It's like that Irish Catholic town.
No, it did. That's true, but a town filled with lilies, I think, would be just perfect.
Thanks, Commissioner.
I'm always a fan of color coding, so I just thought nicely done. And it's always good to transform, and think how things can be improved. I think, Joe, the whole concept, you've been really working with your team to figure out this new program, and I think you'll continue to evaluate. And that's exactly what these kinds of programs deserve and demand. So thanks.
Okay, well, thank you, commissioners. I think we've got our marching orders. So
I might include like Mary, Bill, Laney, Lily, or something. A combination. Sorry, Joe.
okay, well, that I think is it for us for today.
Yeah, you've got your marching orders, and then agenda setting. I know Mary's always really good about setting up your calendar, and so you guys will get that all organized.
We will.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
All right. That concludes our business, but I know Commissioner Hill, you said you have an update.
Yes, and thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to my fellow commissioners, as I just give you a couple of updates that that I have been involved in. The first one, Madam Chair, you had put me on, I don't know if we call it a committee or if it's a subject matter that you put us in charge of or as part of, and horse racing was one of the things that you put me as part of my obligations for the year.
Assign. I assign.
Thank you.
That's the statutory reference that a legislature imposed.
Well, I can't thank you for that assignment because I've enjoyed it over the last couple of years. And I just wanted to give you an update that I actually went to PPC earlier this week, and I met with Dr. Lightbaum and I met with Steve O'Toole just to get a sense of how we're doing for opening day, which happens in a month. And while I was there, I was able to tour the paddock. As you may remember, that the commission had given some dollars to PPC to redo parts of it, and they've put in new windows. They have new offices now as part of the paddock. They have brand new bathrooms, both men and women, new showering stalls. Any corrosion of any wood has and will be replaced. So I think you'll be very happy when you folks go out and visit to see where the money was put to use and the good job that's being done there in terms of the paddock. We were both Dr. Lightbaum and I were very, very impressed. And after the tour, we saw Steve take off on his mechanical equipment and go back to the racetrack where he was doing work to get the track ready for next month. So that was a good visit and a good day. And again, Madam Chair, I love the assignment and love working with everybody over at PPC and the horse industry. I've learned so much over the last year or two about the horse racing industry. So on that note, thank you.
How's Steve doing? Good?
Steve's doing excellent. Without getting into his personal life, he had just come back from vacation, so
he's like fully recovered. That's all.
Doing great. Yep.
Excellent.
The second update I just want to give my fellow commissioners, and this is a follow-up to an update that was given by Commissioner Maynard a couple of weeks ago regarding the Attorney General, who is putting together a youth sports betting safety coalition. And as you know from the report that Commissioner Maynard gave, we've been there to observe, and we were told that on March 28th that the Attorney General will be announcing the coalition as well that deals with underage betting. And I wanted everybody to be aware that invites will be forthcoming to all of you to be at that press conference. I wish I could tell you exactly what was going to be said. I'm not exactly sure exactly what will be announced, but I'm looking forward to it because I know this is an issue we all care about, the underage betting. And I think this coalition that the Attorney General is putting together may benefit many, many people here across the Commonwealth. So I wanted to let you all know, please book March 28th. Commissioner Maynard, I can't remember if it's at 1 o'clock, but again, the invites will be forthcoming.
Yeah, I think the Attorney General's office is going to take care of the invites to the full commission.
Yep.
Was the commission what's the role of the commission?
We actually don't have a role at this point. We have been invited, as I think Commissioner Maynard and I were invited to be part of it because we are one of the designees, or she's one of our appointing authorities. So I think out of courtesy to us, she invited us to be there. Nothing has been asked of the Mass Gaming Commission, and I can assure you, Madam Chair, and through you, the commission, that if and when anything happens where we are being asked to be involved, I will make sure that that is brought before the full commission for a discussion, votes, whatever may have to happen. I'm very sensitive to that, actually.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can follow that up too, Madam Chair. Commissioner Hill and I have been very, very clear to this entire group that's very preliminary, that anything that has the commission seal of approval, anything that includes the commission, will have to come into a public meeting in front of the full commission. So we've been very clear about that. They are aware of it. They are aware of course, the open meeting law, given their position. And I think they're looking for a future partnership. And we look forward to everyone being a part of this on the 28th.
Excellent. And wish the Attorney General's office a lot of good luck on it. It's an important topic.
It is for sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. And those are the two updates that I have for you, Madam Chair. And I gave you a warning that I would also conclude my commissioner's update with some words for you. And if you can just allow me a couple of minutes, I would like to do that at this time. I, for one, am going to miss you dearly. I'm going to miss your leadership that you have given this agency over the last few years. I noticed that you're not only known here in Massachusetts, but you're known throughout the country for the work that you have done here at this agency. And for that, I'm forever grateful. The issues that have come before this commission since I have been here, and I can only speak for the last couple of years, have been very important and very, in my view, hard to digest sometimes. And I have not or was not as educated in gaming as some who are here are, but through you and through your leadership, you created these roundtables that were invaluable to me, and I know the commission and the staff. Roundtables that included advertisements, which were very, very difficult to understand and get through, but through your leadership, we did. And it was because of the roundtables that happened. The sports wagering kickoff, the timing of it, for brick and mortars through the computers, getting the information right from the mouths of our operators through that roundtable at the State House was invaluable to me in helping me to make the decisions that I needed to make when it came to the kickoff. And of course, the roundtable on responsible gaming. Responsible gaming is something that this entire agency cares so deeply about, but it's one that's not uncomplicated. It's very complicated. And through your leadership in those roundtables, I learned more about responsible gaming, at those roundtables that again helped me be able to work with our staff and Mark and others to ensure that I was making the right decisions when it came to responsible gaming. So not only did it help me understand the issues, but it helped all of us to be able to promulgate regulations and processes to get us where we are here today. You already had mentioned this earlier. I was not here for it, but your reputation and the commission's reputation preceded me when it came to the COVID pandemic. It needed a leader to get us into this industry, to get us through the pandemic. You already heard from Dr. Lightbaum today that we were able to get racing up and running because of your leadership and others during that pandemic.
A lot of others.
But it took a leader to get us to where we needed to be. You have a calm demeanor amongst you that you have that diffuses many, many conflicts that come before the agency and the commission. And through that calm demeanor and your leadership style, I actually not only have learned a lot professionally, but on a personal level, how to treat people. And for that, I'm grateful. I have looked at myself through the way that you do these meetings, that I now look at my coaching in a very different way. And when I'm refereeing in a very different way. It's through your leadership style that has allowed me to become a better person. And I think, lastly, I want to thank you for the patience that you've given me over the last 2 years. You taught me how to become a better regulator after having a career as a legislator. And it's very, very different. And there were times, when it was a gray area, and through our conversations together, you allowed me to become a better regulator and understand the two jobs and how different they possibly can be. You've always carried yourself with integrity and compassion, I think someone mentioned it earlier. Whenever I came before you for counsel or to ask questions, before we even got to the subject matter at hand, you spoke about my family. You spoke about my health. Then we got into the subject matter. Shows you the type of person you are. You will be very missed at this commission. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Well, we all know we're really very, very lucky to have your skill set as a former legislator. Otherwise, we've got a bunch of lawyers here to deal with. So we appreciate all that you brought to the plate. And the coaching comes too. And, Brad, I remember when we first spoke, and there was a question as to whether you'd be taking this job or not. And when I hung up, I know there's somebody else in this room who knew how excited I was because he was part of the appointment process. And I just prayed that he might be appointed. And my prayers came true because I knew we're the real deal. So thank you for that. And
Thank you.
And we are going to continue to think about your family and your good health. So thank you. All right. So this is the conclusion of 508. I like round numbers. 509, I think, is in the works for Monday. But I don't think we're going to get to 510 unless by a miracle there's something that has to come in on next Thursday. But I don't mind today ending officially with 508. So commissioners, thank you for allowing me to acknowledge my time here, my appreciation for all of you, for the entire team. As I said, I'm going to have lots of opportunities to thank you in person, but it is nice when we get to use this public platform to our own personal advantage. So thank you for taking the time today to express some of your feelings and allowing me to do the same. So with that, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And before I vote, to Todd, thank you for all that you have done, for your leadership in two very critical roles. I am forever grateful. Oh, yes. Meeting's adjourned 5-0.